reasons.
Are you like a fucking musician? What's wrong with you?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. And we're live. This is the Geeky Gamer Podcast with Ken and Bill.
Just out of the gate.
John Miller. For fuck's sake. We do have a fucking Patreon. You can use it or not. And just see how we care. Like, I don't, you know.
You flavor the entire game.
All lowercase letters, Mr. Interrupt, they do music. Couchfire Media, this is it. You know, and Twa Replay Production, they fucked off.
I'm actually going to kill them.
A couple of years ago. Today, we got the Linen Tapestry, episode 4. We're all excited.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Well, hopefully I won't disappoint, because this is the finale of the introductory story in Legends of Venice, called "The Doge is Dead, Long Live the Doge." So, I usually do the recaps, but this time I'm going to let the players do their version of recaps, and then hopefully lead into what they want to do on the day leading up to what could be the finale. So, Miller, I'll start with you. Recap of as far back as you want from the beginning to just last episode. Up to you.
Magic is real, and there's a monster in the water. That was the big reveal at the end of the last one.
Yep. As you were initiated.
Yeah, plot-wise, we let's see. There's Dead Noble. Got some information on that. Talked to Enzio. He set me up with the school. He wanted, or Marco with the school. He wanted Marco to be kind of a bodyguard for Tommaso.
Tommaso Mocenigo.
Yeah, the one of the guys that's up for Doge. See, I told him about the plot that Amerigo had told me in the previous session.
Mm-hmm.
And he told me to talk to the doctor guy, Enrico Rossi. And I told him, he said, we need more information from Amerigo. And then we went drinking. We went drinking and gambling with Dorcas.
Yep. Ken, you want to take it from there?
Yeah. In the beginning, I was a sperm and an egg, and my mommy and daddy, they, and then a lot of stuff happened. And I met this Noble Miller.
There wasn't really that much that happened. It was real quick.
This Noble Marco Antonio Medici.
Kind of an accident, really.
And he wanted me to, you know, do some stuff for him, so I did my part. I you know, he did some stuff for me and got me into a game, so I could go after these criminals that I thought were gonna do something wrong. I think it was Nicolo
Zeno. Yeah,
Zeno
was there.
And his buddy Enrico is not Enrico. His buddy was Filippo. And they were up to something because there was a debt that needed to be paid, but I'm not sure what it was exactly, because they were pretty far away. Yeah, and then I went around and I saved my lady Angua from drowning in the canals.
Yep. Though not quite how other people would remember that scene, but that was the scene in which you two, Marco and Dorcas, saw Angua floating above the water of the canal. She had enraptured one man and sent a second man off in fear, and had almost petrified a third. Marco arrived, tried to figure out what the hell was going on. In his attempts to save the first man who'd fallen in the water. At that point, Dorcas arrived heroically, not quite understanding the full situation as he just arrived, leapt into the water. Water's freezing, so then Marcus had to try and rescue Dorcas, who realised that he couldn't actually swim. His inability to swim in cold water was making things a heck of a lot worse.
Yeah, it's true.
The first man inadvertently died. Something was happening to him as he was holding on to the ankle of the floating Angua. He perished upon his departure beneath the waves. Angua leapt into the water, swam over to the boat that Marco had brought over to save Dorcas, and got into the boat and tried to do whatever she could to warm up Dorcas.
Now, how exactly was she floating? Was she floating over the water? Was she in the water?
When the scene first started, one of her toes was dipped into the water, and she was like balancing on the surface of the water.
Was she was vertical?
Yep. Yeah.
Not horizontal like some people when they float in the water. She was right up and down.
Yep. Yeah.
All right. I just wanted to know how I thought about this, because I know that we got saved as sorts by the spirits or whatever. We were awakened.
Yeah. Seeing what others had saw and their minds rejected and fled, you two stayed fully compos mentis and realized that, as Miller pointed out, magic is real and it fills in so many gaps, which means that all the other gaps now have questions that are worth asking. So you then took Angua to your place, Dorcas, hid her away. It was the next day, and we are now either the day or the day before the suspected assassination attempt. So that gives you guys at least one day to investigate.
You left that one key detail. I just remembered it. The canals around Venice, they're all full of sticks with twine on them wrapped around them.
Yes. I had completely forgotten about poo sticks. When I say poo, I don't mean poopy kind. I mean Winnie the Pooh, as in throwing sticks under a bridge and then seeing which twig it goes under the bridge first. So yes, I think Dorcas might have invented poo sticks in Venice. But yeah, a new tradition has been started. Dozens of people.
Okay, hold on. Dorcas is now known for poo sticks.
Winnie the Pooh sticks, yes,
and other things. You
he's also
you guys don't know how to say.
You
don't know how to say my name right. It's Dorcas. It's not Dorcas.
Well, I'm calling you Ducas at the moment, so good God.
Oh no!
You guys are so mean.
I'm gonna go ahead and mute. I was gonna rib him, but never mind.
And the final player, who wasn't here last session but had his own
thank God,
episode, is Matteo, and I'll let you surmise what was done in the meantime for your character.
You want me to summarize it?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, so Marina, is it Marina or Marina? It's neither. Neither one of those.
It's Marina or Marina. It's entirely up to you. I don't know.
Marina!
There you go.
Like that?
Sorted.
Yeah.
Yep, that'll do. Yep.
So, Marina is my aunt, and she's a bitch.
Rockin'.
Doesn't? Yeah, I'm not. It's not the character saying it. It's me saying it.
Yeah.
She's a. She's definitely got a mystical quality to her, and a lot of secrets. And as of late, she has taken more interest in Mateo, my guy, because he's been having these weird headaches and nightmares and all these things, and she seems to know something about it, like maybe what he's being afflicted with, but she's kind of not telling him that much. Regardless, she's including him more, and this past mini session, she asks Mateo to accompany her on a clandestine meeting under the bridge. Mateo had been given a letter by someone important. I can't remember the dude. It's not Cicerini. I can't remember the dude's name. We need a list of these names.
Tommaso Mocenigo is the cloaked figure. Yeah, the cloaked figure who gave you the letter.
Yeah, so Marcos, it's Marco, right?
Marco, yeah.
Marco and Mateo had gone, had inadvertently met up at this sort of meeting of the nine, right? So Marina was there, Mussolini was there, everybody's talking about the Doge. And shortly thereafter, as Mateo's sitting there at the coffee shop, or the cafe, excuse me, drinking wine in the day, this cloaked guy comes up and he hands him a letter. He looks all afraid and asks Mateo to give it to Marina. So, getting the sense that this is actually an honest endeavor, Mateo goes and does exactly that. So we go to this clandestine meeting, and Marina says, I need you to be my eyes and ears beyond whatever's. I might be walking into a trap. Need to know what's going on. And lo and behold, Mission Impossible style, as she goes down into, the secret place, the little meeting place underneath all these bridges. Basically, there's all these bridges in Venice and troll bridges, and you could just go underneath them out of prying eyes and do clandestine shit. So that's what she's gonna go do. Mateo looks up and sees on the first floor of a house, which means the second floor for anyone in the free world. He sees somebody up there snooping, and he's got this clear vantage point so that when Marina comes back up, he could shoot her, he could do whatever he wants. So Mateo runs up there and beats the shit out of this guy with his sword, flat of the blade. Whack, whack, whack. Guy tries to get away. He cuts his leg. Dude falls over the roof, does not die. Mateo is not trying to kill him. Thankfully, the dice were in his favor. And it turns out that this dude was Niccolo, the brother of the people's favorite for Doge, whose name I can't remember. So the same guy that... What? Carlo Zeno. So the same dude that came into town and my dumbass friends wanted to kill or something. At any rate, it's a good thing that I didn't kill him. Turns out he didn't have a weapon. So then we went back.
There you go.
I didn't kill him. He does have a limp, though.
Yes.
He's got a limp, and a very, which was done on purpose, by the way.
Yeah.
I will know him by his limp.
So, due to continuity issue, when he entered the gaming den in the previous session, he had a slight limp. Could still walk, fine, but slight limp. Just a minor detail, but I thought, I chucked it in there because continuity. So that's pretty much where we're up to story-wise. Now, before we move into the next session proper, I want to give you guys another 5 experience to spend. This is in addition to the 10 that you that you were given last time. Ken, would you be able to get up that page where it's got the little table of experience costs?
Is that it? Is it something else? Hold on.
Oh,
there we go.
No, not that one. It'll be. That's the system. It'll be in the Severed Souls character or character creation. No, next one along.
That one.
Third one, character creation. Yep, there you go. There you go. It's there already. That page. Yeah, go up a bit.
Oh, this.
Yep. Yeah,
okay.
That one there. Yeah, the mundane trait development. Sexy page indeed. Yes. So, and it's the rank that you want to purchase. So, if you have an expertise at 0 and you want to buy 1 rank in it, it'll cost you 1 experience point to buy that rank and expertise, and that will give you a +5 to any rolls relating to that expertise. Skills is ×2, stats is ×3. Combat maneuvers you can purchase. It is the rank of the combat maneuver in experience. That is what you want to buy. Expertises are capped by your level in skill, as are your combat maneuvers. Also with combat maneuvers, you need to have the prerequisites. So a lot of you bought the proficiencies, slashing, bashing. If there was any others, I can't remember. That would mean that you could probably purchase the level 3 on that little tree. Or if you wanted to, you could purchase other combat maneuvers. Yesterday when we did the mini scene, Matteo purchased slashing proficiency, disarm, and also cold strike. So that's just to give you an idea. So if you guys have access to the character traits, which would be the Severed Souls character PDF that was sent through some time ago, you can have a quick look at the combat maneuvers if you're interested. Otherwise, if you want to spend whatever experience you've got on skills and expertises or stats, if you've got enough, go ahead.
I felt like my presence was a little on the low side. So I spent all 6 because I had a presence of 2 to make it a presence of 3. Is that correct?
So
you said
you went from 1 to 2 because it's the rank that you're purchasing.
2 to 3.
So it'll be 2 to 3. So you're buying rank 3, and that's 9 because it's 3 times
9?
3.
Oh,
that's 9. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I didn't do that because clearly
Unless
is not.
Was it presence or influence
presence.
that you increased? Presence, yeah.
No,
the stat,
presence.
yeah. So it's ×3, so it costs you 9 experience
so
to get from.
you buy what you're thinking about buying.
Yeah.
I see.
So everything on that table is the rank itself, not the current rank. It's the rank that you're purchasing.
So if I wanted to increase my agility to 4,
that would cost you
be
8.
8, right? And so, okay, got it. But increasing guile to 3
would cost you 6.
All right. Well, that's what I'll do
Okay.
John, you had spent some of my XP, so how much do I have right now?
So you thought. I think you spent 8. So at the moment you've got 7 XP.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. And the slashing proficiency, what does that do?
So slashing proficiency is if you roll really well and you get.
I see. So it's a reward for rolling.
Yeah. So.
Awesome. He's gone. Oh no! He rolled too hard.
Not sure what happened there, but
Yeah.
okay, there you go.
You got Das Boot.
Yeah, das booted, yes. So with slashing proficiency, if you get an outcome of
Like 3 or more.
4 or more,
Oh, 4 or more. Okay.
4 or more, you inflict bleed, so that one person
Oh, that's right.
loses 1 fatigue every round until repaired.
Basically, I'm trying to be better than Marcus or Marco. That's pretty much what's going on here.
Yeah.
And no, I want us all to be the 3 Musketeers in Venice, and I'm gonna be the John Malkovich character that has a normal accent.
Right? I just immediately think of being John Malkovich, which is
it's a choice. It's a choice. Well, actually, he was in the 3 Musketeers movie, and he had his normal accent. He's just like, whatever, guys. I'm John Malkovich.
Miller, are you okay with experience?
Yeah, I got it figured out. I got what did I do? I took my charm from 2 to 3 and my resolve from 1 to 2.
Brilliant. Okay. Nice.
I'm gonna raise. I'm gonna raise my dodge up 1. It was at 2. I'm putting it 3. My agility is 3, so that should cost me 3. Right?
Yep.
Because I'm getting the 3rd. Okay.
Yep, that's right. So you've got minus 30 to your dodge.
That's right, because I don't want to get hit ever again.
Ever again. Yep.
Okay, so that's 3, which means I've got 5 XP left. Awesome. Could have raised my agility up. Ooh, I could have beaten Ken in agility, though. I do love those high stats just for no reason. What do? I like the game, man. It's good. It's good. Yeah, we can have a little chit chat maybe afterwards.
Yeah, definitely. This scene, the last scene, is going to be largely combat. So.
Okay, so they'll reveal some stuff.
Yeah. It'll be hopefully a good time to test pressure points in the system itself, see if it works, whatever needs changing before the Kickstarter, which will hopefully be within a couple of weeks, if not next week. But I don't want to tempt fate by putting any guarantees out there. Right, I think we're all okay. Spent experience, and then so we shall start the finale, the last session of Doge is Dead. Long live the Doge. Entirely up to you. You guys have got a day before it's early morning. It is following on directly from last session and the mini session from yesterday. So go ahead, up to you guys.
I'm gonna be waking late as usual, although a little bit earlier since I'm not drinking as much, and I'm not sleeping as well, to boot. So in typical fashion, he wakes up. He sleeps now completely naked on top of the sheets. He's got like a couple mirrors every day. It sounds weird, but every day he gets up and like inspects his body, almost in like a fervor of things like crawling on him or whatever. He's moved out most of the things in his room, anything that creepy crawlies could hide underneath, and they're just like sitting in a room off to the side or in the hallway. It's not his stuff anyway. And then has gone and almost reverted into sort of like a priestly regimen, like more and more, like being very Spartan, cleaning everything, like bathing, the whole thing, stuff that he didn't actually do for the last 10 years that much. So he'll come out into the world quite late.
No problem. Once you're out in Venice, where do you go? Who do you see?
I don't have anything in particular to do, but I am looking for this Niccolo guy. So I'll just sort of go about my day like an Italian mafioso. I go down to the bread place and like talk to the bread people, till I get like the news. If there's like some gondola dock place, I'll go there and listen to some musicians and whatnot. The whole time, very casual, but I'm also looking for these people that I have seen as of late, and specifically Nicola.
Could I get a interaction investigate roll? And if you've got any bonus in rumors, you can apply it.
Okay. Interaction, and then you say awareness?
Investigate.
Investigate.
Yeah.
Investigate is not a skill I have, so it'll be interaction, and I've got 4 DCOs. That's the Italian for dice. And let's see if
8 dice. Or have you got, is your interact just 2? A rank and 2? Just say.
Oh no! I have 4 dice. As in, yeah.
Yep, rank of 2.
Looking for 10s. Can roll. Looking for the can roll. Didn't get any.
Everyone knows who Niccolo is. Everyone presumes that he would be on the Bisodoma, which is Carlo Zeno's vessel, which is docked in the Arsenal. Getting into the Arsenal is quite difficult if you don't have a license to be there. And then getting onto the boat, you'd have to get past whoever's guarding the ship.
No, I'm not trying to kill him. I'm not trying to stalk this dude or anything. But figuring out that he's probably over there, I'll walk that way and just sort of get a gander. See if I see him. Basically confirm that this is the guy that I'm thinking of.
Right. Okay. Right. You head off east across Venice. Right. Dorcas, what are you doing? It's the day after Vito's effectively told you bring in Angora. I'm guessing you've stalled for the day and you've done whatever you can, but it's the next day. What are you doing?
Well, I know where Angora is?
Yeah, she is where you left her. She's not leaving your home.
Well, I'll go and talk to her.
Safe.
Yeah, I'll go and talk to her. Angela, my commandant seems to think that maybe you had something to do with some of the disappearances. And I'm just worried about you. He wants to come and see you, but I don't think that's what you're doing. No, I would never give you up like that. But I'm really stuck in a hard place because he's kind of really interested in knowing you, and I got a lot of respect for him, and clearly I got a lot of respect for you too, and I'm just kind of stuck in between a mountain and a forest fire or something.
I could leave.
I don't want you to leave. You bring so much to the community, and I know the fellas, they seem to like you a lot.
I will go if my presence in the city.
But maybe we
Is
dress
causing
you
you-
down a little bit. I think if you had a nice conversation with him, you would straighten them all out, and what the real culprit is. I don't think we should call a lot of attention to you, dressed like this. Maybe we bring you back a little bit, bring you
She's
in
not
on
wearing
the DL.
anything.
Yeah.
She's
Or
not wearing
is she
anything like especially. She's just wearing like
normal clothes.
peasant clothes. Yeah.
Okay.
She's wearing different clothes, but she hasn't brought any clothes with her.
Oh.
And you don't have any women's clothes in your home either. That's a bit of a curiosity.
Well, I feel like I've been enlightened at some of her perspective. As much as I am, I'm certainly torn because I saw her floating above the water vertically instead of horizontally, which I think is very strange. But I don't believe that she would hurt anybody for no reason either. I'm definitely torn that she is,
What do you want me to do? Do you want me to go with you, or do you want me to go alone?
Well, what I think we should do is plan a meeting outside the police office. Something between you and Vito, so you can get to the same, because you don't have anything to do with who's gonna be the next Doge, do you? You don't care about that stuff, or do you?
No, not really.
And
That is a matter that's beyond me.
yeah, you're not hurting people just to hurt people, are you?
No. You're struck by. She finds that question slightly hard to answer. It's not so much she's being dishonest, but you get the impression she doesn't quite understand what you're talking about.
Right. You'd never
Again.
hurt anybody. As far as I know, right?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't hurt anyone.
Well, I think we just need to get this straightened out. Why don't we meet in a couple hours?
What stalks is empathy?
Empathy? It's not the worst. I got an empathy at 2.
You know
Oh,
she's lying. She's lying when she says, "I wouldn't hurt anyone."
Why would you hurt anybody? What is?
She
Well,
sits down,
yeah.
looks out the window, and goes quiet.
What'd you do?
She says nothing.
I can't protect you if you're not honest with me. I need your help on a couple other things. I think there's gonna be more killing tonight and tomorrow night until they find the Doge, and I know that you've got a way in that I can't get in. So I need you, but I need you to be honest with me.
Way in where? She turns. Curious now. You've piqued her interest. A way in where?
A way into the party, the Campagna de la Casa. Isn't that coming up? Am I wrong about?
To your knowledge, it happens once or twice a month.
Correct.
But you usually find out from her. But this time, Angua just shrugs and says, I haven't spoken to any of them in at least a week. Ever since. And then she goes quiet.
Did that Nico Topolo? Not Nico. it starts with Hector. What was it? Julio? Topolo. Did he hurt you?
No, he didn't. He would never have tried to have hurt me.
Then why did he die?
I should leave the city. My being here only causes heartache for people. I should go.
What does that mean? Angle.
She stands up and starts walking towards the door. She is clearly upset. It's like she's trembling as she's talking. She's holding back the tears.
You can tell me anything. I can make this right.
You know I'm not human, don't you?
Most humans don't swim like you do. But everything has a right to be just like you.
That is true. That is true. But I am not like you. I'm of the water, and I think I have stayed in this small pool for too long. If I stay any longer, I will stagnate, and the rest of you will suffer. And I don't want you hurt, Dorcas.
What can I?
If I stay, and I am confronted, and you're with me or associated with me, I can't protect you, and you may lose everything. So I will go.
I understand that. And
she turns, though. She turns, leans in, and pecks you on the cheek.
But
Thank you.
What can I tell Zito? I mean, he's curious to know more. What can I know just a little bit more? Can you give me anything? Because I know that this city's gonna blow up any day now. Carlos Zeno's going after Montenegro, and
I can't help with your politics. It is of no interest to me. Tell Vito I was not here when you came back for me. But if you ever do want to, when this is all over and things have died down and no one speaks of the passing of Taipolo, there is a river leading from the mainland into the lagoon. She then gives you a precise location. Mm-hmm. Go to this river, call out my name, and I will see you. But I must go. Again, thank you so much for everything that you've done. You are a truly good man. I wish this city was filled with more men like you. She nods, gives you a slight bow, and then she heads out.
The city won't be the same without you.
She's gone.
I'm gonna step out in the hallway and then step back in and say, Angela, where'd you go? You still here?
The room is empty. Right. Marco, what are you doing the next day?
Is the assassination happening tonight, or is it the next night?
It's going to be possibly tonight. If what he said is correct, it is tonight.
Okay. So after we do our morning routine with the guys from the fencing club, I'm gonna give them a little speech. Hey everybody, listen up for a minute. Listen up. So yesterday we got the location for the new school. What I would like for us to do tonight, I would like us to do some demonstrations, hand out some pamphlets over near the Ducal Hall, whatever it's called.
Mm-hmm.
So if you could spend the day, come up with some skits and some little routines that we can show everybody and try to stir some interest and get some people to make some little pamphlets to hand out.
Yeah, they're all up for that. Yeah, they are. They get some more details of you, exactly what you want, blah blah blah. One of them knows someone who is a scribe. You can easily persuade him to write up some pamphlets, little posters, that sort of thing. And yeah, they all head out. They know what they're doing, and they'll get back to you in like 6 or 7 hours.
Yeah, that sounds good. So before everybody disperses, I'm going to talk to Enrique, which is my best guy.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be like, hey, Enrique, listen. I've heard a rumor that there's going to be a plot tonight for an assassination attempt. Don't tell anybody yet until tonight. But I have been voluntold that I have to be a bodyguard tonight for one of the nobles. But make sure when the boys go out to do these demonstrations and hand out pamphlets, make sure they're armed with their real weapons as well, not just the practice foils.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, my good man. Thank you.
Are we going to be possibly killing people?
It's a possibility. In the defense of the nobility. I may need your help.
Of course, it's there for you.
Thank you, my friend.
Yeah. Nods, smiles. You kind of you get the impression that as he's turning away, he's just suddenly pumped with the fact that he's going to be doing something for Venice, in Venice, for the high echelon. So yeah, you've made his day, and he's all prepared. And it's the same buzz that everyone else in your group's got. They're just filled with excitement, bustling with energy, and they leave you in the courtyard. After that, what do you do?
Whew. I'm gonna go try to find this Americo guy. I'm not really sure where to look.
Yeah.
Because we didn't talk about a place to meet.
No. What you find, however, is as you're heading out of your home, you're just wandering for about 20-30 minutes when you hear
Yeah.
As you turn around, standing in an alleyway, carefully looking around, making sure that no one can see you, see him, is Amerigo.
Great. Yeah, I'll duck down there. Hi. I was hoping I'd run into you today.
Yeah, you've been... Not to say that I've been spying on you, but I've been spying on you, just to make sure that, that you keep to your word. No offence, but you were noble, and the only noble I truly trust, well, up until recently, was Carlo Zeno. But yeah, I haven't been arrested yet. I'm not dead, so whatever it is you're doing it well. Am I safe?
Yes.
Is there anyone I can speak to?
There is.
Oh. Okay.
Or I can speak on your behalf if you don't want to go.
That would... He's a bit hesitant. You can see him thinking deeply about how much can he trust you.
Well, if this helps, I'm sure I have some kind of trinket on me for my family, right?
Yeah.
Ring or something. I'll take it off and give it to him and be like, if anything goes down, you show them this, and they will know that you are on our side.
He looks at it and he goes, if I go back on board and I am searched, Carlo Carlo is losing his mind. I don't want to take anything from you. I need to go back to the ship with everything that I had, but I do appreciate that. I will tell you what I know. You ask me the questions, and I'll tell you. I don't know. Carlo's changing his plans. I don't know if it's going to be tonight. It could be tomorrow night. He is... I've never seen him so paranoid. I don't know if you've heard the rumors, but it's quite clear that the current group of nobles who would make the decision is blacklisting Carlo. They're attacking him on every level. And I think this plan to kill a fellow noble Venetian is consuming Carlo. He could change his plan. He's becoming very whimsical. But ask me questions and I will tell you what I know as of now. But who knows? It could all change tomorrow night, tonight, whenever.
Yes. Primarily, we need the time, the place, and how many.
I believe it will be at the Ducal Palace. When I was first told about it, the plan was for the attack for it to be tonight. But when Nicolo came back the night before last, or the last night, he was injured. But whatever he said to Carlo has changed something in his brother. I think he believes possibly that someone has let it slip to a noble, and so Carlo's changing his plan. So everyone who's involved in the attack is going to be told on the night. There is going to be 5 of us and Nicolo, so 6 getting into the Ducal Palace. I don't know how we're getting in. Apparently it's something that Nicolo has already arranged. Nicolo will tell no one.
Right.
Is there anything else? I can't stay too long.
So if he's not going to do it tonight, do you know what the backup might be tomorrow night?
I don't think Carlo has much time. He's only got maybe a week at the very most, or at the very least, maybe a week, 10 days before the last vote is made, and at that point the council will make their decision. So if he wants to do anything, he's going to have to do it soon.
Okay. Thank you for your service to Venice. Appreciate it.
Pounds his chest and says, "To Venice." Turns around and he starts to walk, and then his pace gets quicker and quicker, and then he dashes out of sight round a corner, and he's gone.
Cool. I'll wait there for a little bit just to make sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, then Marco's going to go to the Dr. Enrico Rossi. Because he was our contact for the Dark Tower or whatever it was. Sorry.
The Lords of Night, which is the secret police, which apparently he has some connection with. The City Guard, the Night Watch report directly to the servants of the Lords of Night. The Lords of Night themselves are 6 nobles whose identity is completely anonymous. No one knows who they are. The Lords of Night themselves probably don't know who the other 5 lords are. That's how secret this organization is. But everyone knows that the Night Watch feeds information upwards, and then instructions straight from the Lords of Night go to a hand-picked few of members of the Night Watch, and those Night Watch carry out the orders, whether it's abductions, arrests, murders, whatever.
Throwing sticks in the lake.
Yeah, it's not unheard of.
Cool. Yeah, so I'll go to Enrico Rossi's place.
Okay. When you get to the school, there is the usual doors closed. You knock. Same servant girl opens it. So you're back. He's again. She kind of furtively looks to one side down the corridor. He's with someone. Just one moment.
Is there a place I can wait?
Just outside here. That'll be fine. And she heads off. She comes back, and she's accompanied by Vito. I can't remember if you've met him before. He is a captain or lieutenant in the city guard, right? He is an elderly figure. He looks at you and says, yep. I think Enrico is expecting you coming in. He dismisses the servant, and you're led back into the room with the shelves filled with various body parts, pickled livers, intestines, little vials of various chemicals, some marked with do not drink, others marked with particular names, all in Latin. But yes, so the 2 gentlemen are there. He goes, Marco, thank you for coming in. Any news? Oh, this is Vito. He is a member of the Night Watch. He is, let us say, a liaison between myself and the Lords of Night. So what we have to talk about, he can be trusted to hear. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, it's nice to meet you. Have you been caught up on the rumors that I came across yet? You're talking to Vito.
Vito says no. He looks a bit confused. He's out of sync with the situation. He looks to Enrico. Enrico says, no, this has nothing to do with Typolo. This is to do with the attempt. And at that point, Vito goes, right, yes. I've heard bits and pieces, but I understand that everything my colleague knows has come from you. So, would you like a drink?
Yes. I would actually.
Yeah. He gets 3 glasses, some port, as strong liquor as possible. All 3 of you sit down, and as they start sipping, they wait for you to tell your story.
Yeah. So a couple of days ago, I was approached by one of the members of Carl Zeno's ship. I think he's a lot higher up in the hierarchy there, and he told me of a plot to kill Tommaso Messanigo tonight. I happened to run into him again today, and he told me it may not be tonight. Carlo has, Nicolo sustained an injury last night, and I'm not sure what happened, but Carlo's gotten nervous of it. So it may not be tonight, it may be tomorrow night. They do plan on executing it at the Ducal Palace. They have a they have a contact in the Ducal Palace that is supposed to let them in. I don't know who.
No names.
Not at the
No.
palace. My contact didn't know either.
The palace has, if you know the palace well, the palace has many ways to get in. There is the card door, which is the main entrance. No one would be foolish enough to sneak into there. You have the you've got the Wheat Gate, various entrances through the opera section. There's entrances via both sides of the prison. On the canal side, yeah, we would need to know which of these entrances that they plan on using. They could, if they were wily enough and they had the right connections, get in via San Marcos. The two buildings are connected. Guards are posted sometimes, but if mass is on, guards will not be there, so they could use that entrance. We would, yeah. If there's any way of finding out who this contact is in the palace, that will help us a great deal. We have posted guards for the last night, based on what Enrico had said, and we've been watching on all sides. We've seen nothing. We do. There, it might be a coincidence, but there is a gentleman, a noble, by the name of Vito. Looks to Enrico, and they both shrug. He used to, I'm sure he was a priest. I'm not sure, but there are. Someone was found snooping outside the palace. Being a noble, the guards dared not approach him or accost him. But it just seems to be too much of a coincidence that, on the build-up of an assassination attempt, that there is a noble shadowing the Night Watch as they hold vigil over the palace. I think he belongs to the Galena family. If you know him, or if you know anyone with the Galena family, bring him into the fold. If he is aware of something or he's involved, perhaps he can be swayed and he can assist us.
Was it Matteo, perhaps?
I don't know. He has. We know he's a noble of the Galena family, but because he's been out of the center of Venice for so long, no one really knows why he's back. So, yeah.
He's a dashing rogue. He's amazing with a sword. What?
And Vito says, I understand that you've been working with Dorcas. Tell him to accompany you. I had asked him to bring someone in, a suspect, on a entirely separate matter, but he has failed to do so. But with what you're suggesting could happen, that matter will have to wait. The safety of a procurator of Venice and potential Doge is far more important.
Sure.
He gives you a like he gets a piece of paper, writes down, gives it to you and says, it's effectively saying that you have license to arrest, to act as a member of the Night Guard, signed Vito, whatever his name is, captain of the Venetian night watch, etc. If you meet any city guard, present them with that, you will have no resistance. You will get their full assistance. Is there anything that you want from us?
How will this work with the palace guard at the Ducal Palace?
When I leave here, I will speak with the Ducal Guard and try to explain to them what we suspect is going to happen. There will be resistance, and at that point, Enrico interrupts and says, it is possibly best to keep them at distance. We do not want to stop the assassination attempt. We want them to be half successful. We need them to break the law. For them to for us to present a case to the Lords of Night that Carlo Zeno is responsible for the attempt on Tommaso Mocenigo's life. If this attempt doesn't happen, we have no evidence. So we must allow them to enter the palace, because once they enter the palace, there is no doubt that they were attempting to do something illegal, and we can just simply say we know why they went in. So we have to let them in. If the city guard if the palace guard are fully aware, they will not care what they need or what we need to present to the Lords of Night. As far as they're concerned, they serve the security of the palace, and they will do whatever they can to stop any crime, whether it be trespassing or assassination. So he looks to Vito, he looks to you. It is a precarious situation that we find ourselves in. We are playing with fire.
It is. Just for your information, so you know, Enzio Corre has asked me to act as sort of a clandestine personal bodyguard to Tommaso tonight.
Is he aware of the plot?
He is now. He wasn't before he asked me, though. So he may have from a different contact, but not from me. When he asked me to do this is when I told him. He has no love for Carlo Zeno either, I'm sure you know.
No, I imagine he wouldn't. That is most curious. Don't know why. Family politics. If someone of his prestige has asked you to do that, then you would have to. Does Tommaso know that you're going to be his bodyguard for the next day, week, however long it takes?
No, he doesn't. Enzio wanted me to kind of watch him from afar. He didn't want to spook him.
Okay, well, we know that Tommaso will be in the Ducal Palace for the next couple of days. As his role as procurator, his role affords him chambers within the palace. Enrico is very puzzled by what you've just said. And then just let you leave.
Yeah,
I'll be back in a little while, guys.
Okay.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, right.
One more thing before I go. You probably haven't heard, but I'll be opening up a new fencing school for the very elite. And some of the guys from the club that are going to be running the school, I have them. They're printing up flyers, and they're going to be doing some demonstrations and whatnot tonight around the Ducal Palace, around the plazas, the piazzas. And
will they be discreet enough to not deter the attempt from going ahead?
I can talk to them and make sure that they know. They don't know anything yet. Whatever I tell them.
Yeah. Vito then chips in. Says, if we can find the location of where they're going to enter the palace, we could use your fencing troop as a distraction. To lure the city, to lure the palace guard away from the area that they're going to enter through. But we need to know which entrance they're going to use. Enrico shrugs. Says, "I will leave that. To you two."
Okay.
Vito heads out with you, and says, "Yeah, if we can find a location, and it's plausible, perhaps we could use your troop as a distraction. I'm not sure how it's going to work because we don't know how they're going to enter, but we need to find out how they're entering the palace to make this easier for everyone."
I'll see if I can find out. If I can't, before it happens, then I'll make sure my guys know to do that, to let them in so that we can catch them red-handed.
Yeah. Okay.
Also, I wanted to let you know the contact. I promised his safety. If I give you his name, can you promise his safety? That your men will...
I'll put in...
Right?
He would have to be arrested and imprisoned with everyone else. The judgment on all of those captured will be down to the Lords of Night, but I will put in a good word. It could be argued he's putting his own life on the line to save Tommaso Mocenigo, but then if he is of the same ilk as Carlo Zeno, maybe he has maybe he's up to something else. No one aboard the Bizza de Mar can be trusted. They are all scoundrels. They are all pirates. That is they are pirates. As simple as that. I wouldn't believe any of them.
No idea.
But if you've given your word, I will give you my word. I will put in a good word to the Lords of Night when judgment is to be made. All I can do.
I can ask.
Okay, no problem. Right, you then head out. Up to you, Ken.
Yo.
What are you doing? You've got the rest of the day.
I'm gonna go find my buddy Alfredo.
Alfredo? Yep. Sure enough, yeah. You know where he hangs around when he's not working, and yeah, he's let's just say he's fishing off just outside San Polo, just south of the Rialto Bridge, which is the big bridge that connects San Marco district to San Polo, and it's wide enough for stalls and so forth. But he's just fishing, picking up twigs and hoping for fish, that sort of thing. But yeah, once he sees you, he secures his fishing rod, rises, and hails you. You're not usually around here this time.
You
all right?
You catching anything?
Oh, just peace and quiet. Just all I want.
Well, you know you got a double shift tonight, so I'd make sure to conserve your energy.
Thanks for reminding me. I just wish this election needs to be finished and done. At this point,
I agree.
I don't care who's does.
I agree with you 100%. Any luck with finding my sticks?
They're just a lot of them are just drifting out into the. Most of them are now in the big canal, and he kind of gestures.
Why don't you take that rod of yours and go see if you can find a little place where a couple of them are hanging out together and cast and see if you catch anything in one of those places, where they're all together. Maybe get a bigger rope instead of that little twine of yours and the fishing pole, because I'm afraid what you might catch is gonna be bigger, maybe yay big, yay wide.
Oh,
yeah,
and not having a fin or a tail.
Yeah, not having it. Well, I mean, they got a head, but they ain't got no tail.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So
I might need a hook then.
Yeah, you need a hook, maybe a rope. Dredge out those areas. I think we solved the issue last night, but not 100%. I'm pretty sure that we figured out what was causing all this, and I'm gonna go talk to Zito about it. But
right,
Vito. So we don't. I don't presume we need to worry about much more of this happening. But tomorrow night, I expect, and you need to tell every watchman you see to be on guard to come find me, because I expect trouble. Trouble in the streets, because the nobles probably be fighting over something stupid. We got to let them fight. You can't put your stick in the middle of that. But if we can save some lives, that's our job.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Yep. Can I just have another half an hour of fishing for peace of mind?
You got
plenty. I'm not working. I'm not working really though. I just.
Yeah. It looks like you enjoy fishing. I mean, it's just like fishing the way you're fishing right now. You just go on and you can go cast your nets in maybe some of them other spots and see what you procure. And then I want you to take whatever non-fish like substance you catch to Enrico. I think that's his name, Enrico Rossi. He's down there at the school, I think, and maybe give him a look-see at that body. It might be strange from what we gathered up, but I'm envisioning this might be the last one, because I think we took care of it. We just need to make sure that all the nobles don't go around killing each other because something that none of them did. We don't want them blamed for the wrong thing, because that's what happens when you don't know what the real answer is.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
I'll go fish up this big fish with no tail, and I'll bring it to the school.
Yeah,
picks up his fishing rod and
get a couple of them lackeys you hang out with to help you.
Yeah. He's muttering. His head's off. You can hear him muttering about, I can't get an hour's peace in this godforsaken city.
And then I guess I'll go back to the police headquarters.
Okay. Yeah. You head back to one of the city guard.
See if I can find Vito.
Yep, you find him. He is waiting for you. You get the impression that he's not actually waiting for you. You get the impression that he's only just come in 5 minutes ago, because he's taken off his coat, he's hanging it up, he's asking someone to bring him the drink, and as they're bringing him the drink, you're with them. And when he sees you at the door, he beckons the drinks to place on the table. He looks at you with a scowl. Come in, close the door, take a seat. You come in, close the door, and as soon as the door's closed,
yeah.
He says, "Where is she?"
Well, about that, I went to my apartment, and she wasn't there last time I was there, and it's a damn shame because I was trying to get her to come in. I don't know what's up with her. She seems scared, and
So she should be. She is the only suspect we've got in a murder case. In the death of a noble, and you let her get away.
Well, I didn't know. I mean, I really didn't. But if I see her again, I'll bring her in. I promise.
Yeah. Doesn't matter.
I do have some updates on what's going on. It seems like, what is it, Nicolo? He's in cahoots with one of Tommaso's Mocenigo's men. It's very strange. He's talking to this Filippo character. I don't know about much. Yeah, Filippo. And I don't know if they're plotting to kill Carlo or if they're plotting to kill Tommaso, but I think those two are up to something.
What does this Filippo look like?
So I'll explain it to him. He looks like he's trouble.
Yeah.
That's for one.
That looks like Filippo Zani. He works at the Arsenal, but there's rumours. Never been able to capture. Never been able to catch him doing anything wrong. But he's a slippery character. All I know about him is one. He works in the Arsenal. He's been there for many years. Got a good reputation. One of the best. And the other thing is, all I know is that wherever he is, there's something illegal. Whether it's gambling, fence and stolen goods, or just all around.
Yeah, I pursued him on a hunch because I was following this palace guard that I think might have owed some money. And I think they got some. I think they got something on him.
Have you spoken with Marco? Marco Di Medici.
The fencer?
Yeah.
He's trying to open up a school. Yeah, he's always nice to me, trying to buy me dinner, but I never let him. But he's real nice. I don't know why he likes me so much, but he seems like a genuine fella trying to make a business in this town.
Our character, Millet, would you have told him where you were heading off to next?
Probably not. I think we did discuss that I was going to have the fencing school, my buddies out there at night, that evening.
Yeah. But after that meeting with him and Enrico, you and Vito headed out, discussed possible distraction. Would you have told him where you had headed to after that meeting?
Yeah, I probably would have, but I'm just going to go try to find Matteo. Tell him I'm going to try to find the Galena noble.
Right. He then says, so back and scene. He then says to you, Dorcas, right, be quick. I believe he's heading to the Galena family home. On the edge of the canal, San Polo. If you can catch up with Marco, tell him what you've told me. If Filippo has a connection with the palace guard, this palace guard might be the missing link that we have. But catch up with him. Let him know what you've told me. This palace guard, do we have a name for the palace guard?
Yeah, well, Horatio, I knew him well.
Oratio. Right. Okay. Tell Marco. And
Yeah,
once...
I'll do that. As for that other, with them killing those nobles one by one, I think we stopped that. I don't think it'll happen again.
Is that because this girl, this woman, has left? Is that the reason why these murders are not going to happen again?
Yeah, it might as such. I don't know. I'd be careful around her. She's more than I even believe myself.
Go find Marco. The next time you have a suspect of a murder, don't take her home. You bring her in.
Well, we didn't do nothing. She slept on the bed. I slept on the floor.
Go. Just go.
There was no funny stuff. I promise. I was just trying to save her. You know, women being the finer species than us men folk.
Clearly furious, he stands up, walks around you, opens the door, and tells you to get out.
Right. Well,
Classic
I'll go find Matteo. And I'll go quick. Yes, sir. I got you.
Yep. A classic American TV cop show where the sergeant's a hard ass and the detective's just a loose cannon who's always getting on the sergeant's nerves. Right, you head out. Do you go to the Galena family?
I'm gonna
Homestead?
go. Yeah, I'm gonna go wherever Zito pointed me.
Yep. Okay. Right. Miller, you get there 20 minutes before Dorcas does. When you get there, you're dressed as a noble. You're welcomed in. There's only one person here that you recognise, and that is an elderly lady who you impressed with your fine selection of wine. Nearly a week ago, seeing you, she heads down into the courtyard. She dismisses the servant who's trying to figure out who you are, why you're here, yada yada yada, and you're beckoned into a room on the ground floor. Drinks, food, why are you here, how can I help, blah blah blah. She's very charming.
Oh, yeah, it's good to see you again. I'll give her the two-cheek kiss. Well, I was looking for Matteo. What he's up to today?
Who knows? Who knows? Any particular reason why you're looking for him? But when he does come back, I can let him know.
Well, we were just, I'm planning on opening this school, and I'm going to have some of the guys do some demonstrations and stuff tonight, and I was hoping with his influence with the local nobility that he may be able to help me out as a person of nobility, to give a little better clout to what we're trying to do.
So you're wanting him to help you do what exactly, and where?
We're basically going to be advertising for our new school that's coming up with some demonstrations just around the piazza.
Bringing metal sticks around.
Oh.
Pretending not to hit each other with metal sticks. Is that what you're...
Well, we'll be training with fencing, but that's you're not exactly wrong.
Men and their toys. Well, I'm sure he'll be very interested. but he is a noble like yourself who should be more busy than setting up a silly school for men's ego. But I will pass on the message. Where should he meet you? Where are you having these little demonstrations?
We'll be at the Piazza di San Marco after this evening, after evening meal.
Near the Ducal Palace? Or
Yeah.
down the others? Well,
I plan on doing several in the different open areas, kind of at different times throughout the evening to catch the different traffic that's coming through. You know, the different nobles on their way to here, there, or servants even.
Okay. You wouldn't have found any of more bottles of that fine red that you brought with you last time, did you? By any chance?
I don't have any with me. I do know where I can get some though, and I can have some sent over here tonight.
That would be fantastic. I will make sure my... She struggles at this point. Grandnephew will attend your little demonstration. And sure enough, as if summoned by magic, Matteo, who had headed out to do something, heads back to his home. You head back into your... It's a massive courtyard. It's a plush mansion where every branch of the noble family has like at least 2 or 3 rooms within this complex. It's not a house. It's just too big to be a standard house. And as you get back, a servant says to you, Matteo, there's a gentleman here speaking with the Lady Marina. He's just arrived. Come. And your...
Matteo is holding his stomach because he's got to, like, out of nowhere he has to shit, like, really, really bad.
I'll tell... Oh, video's gone.
Oh.
Are you there?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely...
About every 10 minutes, so in like 9 minutes, I have to go do another work meeting. Wow, that was wild. Dude, did I just like? Was I like?
Yeah, you did all of the things. It was.
I should have moved more wildly.
Right. If you've only got 5 minutes,
8.
I'm gonna. Oh, 8. Okay. Right. So you're ushered into a room. Marco's there. You have a... Marina is also there. Seeing you, she smiles and says, well, Marco, I will let you boys talk about your metal sticks. And then, as she's leaving, just to, I don't know, just speed things up. As she's leaving, she goes, oh my god, who is this? And then, Dorcas, you arrive. Out of breath, you have sprinted to get here. You are absolutely exhausted. And then you introduce yourself. Marina says, right, yes, go in. Right, so finally, all 3 of you are together in a room in the Galena household. All yours.
You are a big man. How tall are you?
Am I there?
Yeah, you're there.
Yeah, all 3 of you. Yeah.
Are we there? Okay, I wasn't sure.
Sorry.
You know, I'm probably like 7'8". No, probably 6'8". I would imagine.
You are a tall man.
Yeah.
How does one get that tall?
Well, I grew up in the mountains. You just had to reach real high to get to a different place. So it's just a way to. A little less is more when you're trying to climb up to the next holler.
I look over at Marco. He's a big guy.
Yes.
And you are
I'm just glad he's
pointy
honest.
looking.
Pointy.
Yeah, everything about you just a little pointy, just a little shifty. I just don't know about you, but seem all right. I guess if you're a friend of Marco.
Well, the only thing pointy about me is he kind of does a flourish.
Yeah, all right. I don't have one of them pointy things. I don't play like that. I play
pour some wine.
I play by the rules.
Handing wine
Marco,
out.
is it safe to talk?
Yes, let's have a seat. We do have a lot to talk about.
What do we have to talk about?
Yeah, I'm not sure you're aware. I know Dawkins is aware. There's going to be an attempt on Tommaso's life tonight. Maybe tonight.
How do you know this?
One of Carlos Zeno's men came to me and found me and told me of the plot.
Zeno. What would be his name?
Carlo Zeno.
No.
But
Carlos
You
Zeno.
idiot. Who was the man who told... Excuse me, I've been drinking. Who was the man who told you about this plot?
No.
Matteo looks back up at you. Inadvertently, and he's a noble. So you've seen this lots and lots. Like, it's like, why are you talking? But then he kind of checks himself. He doesn't say anything. Nicolo. Did he have a limp? He's actually talking to you now, Dawkins. Did he have a limp? And then back to you, Marco.
Amerigo is actually the one that came to me. He's below Nicolo and that other guy I heard of.
Who is Nicolo? I kind of fooled my heart. Who is this Nicolo?
he's a little shifty man. Are we safe to talk? Is that?
This room
Of
is
course,
empty.
we're safe to talk.
It's yeah.
I
I go over to the plant. I kind of stick nothing in the plant.
I was told by Vito Vimes that we might have an inn at the palace. There's a Filippo who works with the is working with Nicolo. He's in the palace guard. There's a ratio. There's some money that he owes, and we might be able to get an inn there.
Wait. The assassination. Okay. Who's doing it?
Well, it's clearly it's Thomas.
Zeno and his men, the top 5 in his ranks. The plan is for them to sneak into the ducal palace tonight through one of the back entrances. The rumor is that they've paid a guard, or they have a guard connection that is going to let them in. What we need to do is ensure that they make it into the palace so that we can catch them. Otherwise, if we foil the plot beforehand, then who knows when it'll happen again.
Is Nicolo a part of this?
I believe so. Yes.
He is, or he was until I heard he was injured somehow. So
Venice is a dangerous city.
It is indeed. You still have a bruise from the other night.
I kind of like. So, who is putting us up to allowing people to sneak into the palace so they can be caught?
I think we are.
Who's If you have nothing to say
Yeah.
that's intelligent, please hold your tongue.
What are you talking about?
It's the Lords of Night. They know with the stakes involved that they must have hard evidence, and can't say I disagree with them.
Why did they come
Lords
to
of Night.
you?
I was asked to look after at a distance Tommaso tonight by another noble in the city.
Another
Make
noble.
sure, to make sure nothing happened to him.
There
Oh,
is
you were at the
the
meeting. You were at the meeting, right? Yeah, Enzio.
There's
Enzio.
the possibility we should consider that as our families, he looks back at Daucus, are in potential line for Doge, potentially, to either benefit or not. That us being a part of this plot, in fact, we could be walking into a trap.
I think that
One,
might be the case.
allowing people into the palace. Two, if all they need are just to find people in the palace, and then they are therefore guilty. If we are found in the palace, and then whoever told us that we could be there decides to turn cloak, we're all implicated, and whoever is the plot master of this gets to decide who the Doge is.
I do have some suspicions that Tommaso is looking to
We
kill.
need to trust no one. Excuse me, Daucus. I have to shit. I'll be right back. As I run out of the room.
Yeah, I mean that's the
Right.
way it goes. Sometimes you drink the water; it's out both ways. You can't do much. I guess
Do
that's
you
a
wanna go
little
ahead
bit
and
of
pick like a-
Mateo's revenge right there.
Do you want to go ahead and take a 5-minute break?
Yeah, nope, that's great. So it's 9 o'clock. How long have I got you guys for? Because we're fast approaching the final scene, though. Depending on how this conversation goes, who knows? Because
Yeah.
what's just been suggested quite interesting.
Yeah, I can only
So-
do like another hour and a half.
That should be more than enough. That should be more than enough. Great. Okay, 5-minute break. I'll see you then. Cheers.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. And we're back playing the Linen Tapestry. We are playing the Legends of Venice module, written by John. So we got the game creator here, and we're going to just jump right back into it. So
that's brilliant. Cheers. So where we were is the three of you finally together in the Gleaner household, discussing what to do next. You're pooling information. You've got the majority of a day before evening. So what are you guys going to do in the time you have left?
Well, I think we should find the weak parts. I mean, if I was going to guess, maybe a ratio. I mean, I think what Matteo said was brilliant. You know, we don't want to get caught with our pants down. But I mean, Vito's no slouch, and neither is. I mean, if this is indeed conscripted by the, not justice themselves, we should take that serious, because the alternative to going up against the Lord of the Night is certain death. I have no doubt.
Yeah, I agree. And from what he said, I hadn't really considered before that somebody could be setting us up.
I don't believe that I'm being set up either. Yeah. It is possible. Anything is possible.
But I definitely think we should stay out of the palace, not enter the palace at all. I think we should focus our efforts outside the palace and try to catch them wherever they come in at. I have the crew, the fencing crew. We can have them staged at different places to watch entrances and specifically look for certain people. The only place that leaves open is the passage from the cathedral into the palace to guard.
Well, I think my Nats watchmen can we're on double shifts, and we can probably organize anything we need to do. But I think what you and I ought to do is we need to go pay Enrico a visit and maybe try to find a way in, just in case, because what if it isn't a double cross or a triple cross? I mean, what if we really do need to be inside, and we really do need to protect Tommaso? I think we need to pay Filippo a visit, and I think he might be hard to get to. And I think we need to pay Horatio a visit. Let's see if we could bribe him off so that maybe we could walk in and come and go as we please. In that manner. I'm not into this big intrigue that you nobles are, but we'll do our best.
That presents a bit of a conundrum. See, Filippo works at the Arsenale, right?
Yeah.
And Horatio is the guard.
Yes.
Palace guard. So if Horatio is going against his oath as a palace guard, then we need to be sure if it's for the money or if it's for principle.
It's for the money. It's for the money. I'm sure of that, because he owes money. I caught him in a line the other day, and maybe it's an elaborate line. I mean, only I would know about it, as far as I know. I guess I could talk to Alfredo or any one of my other guards. Maybe they were approached by this, but I can't imagine they would be. It seemed pretty legit that he owed money, and he was fairly disreputable.
Well, if he owes money, then if it's money he's after, then we can definitely get to him.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to save his own skin. If I was going to make a guess, I think that if we just show up with money, we might get him to turn the eye, as it would be said.
Yeah, but that puts us in the palace without official business.
Yeah, I do think that being in the palace isn't a bad idea. I mean, that's what I think Vito said. I needed to find you and give you this information about Filippo. As for going inside Tommaso's house, I mean, I would just enter the front door. I don't have any interest in breaking and entering, as it would be said. But if I saw something conspiratory, I would certainly enter.
Right.
So you've outlined one or two avenues there. Which one are you going to do first? You reckon finding Orazio will probably be a quick visit to the palace, which is about less than an hour's walk away. The Arsenal is probably about 2-3 hours walk. It is on the far side of the island, the most eastern point of the island, almost.
Yeah.
And once you get to the Arsenal, it's closed off. There's a wall that surrounds the whole complex. There's parts of the docks that you can get to, but the main part of the Arsenal, where they mass produce, is kind of walled off. You can get in if you have invitation from inside or valid reason from official avenues to get in there. But maybe you could bribe your way in. Maybe you could wait for people to come back in and out. A lot of people live either in the Arsenal or just outside the Arsenal. But bear in mind, the Arsenal is protected like modern day government secrets. Some of the most advanced technologies of building ships is stored in the Arsenal, so it's quite secure. So that's two of the avenues. So that's Orazio, City Guard, and Filippo.
I'd imagine it'd be easier to get to Orazio, and honestly, I think if we found Filippo on his own turf, that's outside of my jurisdiction, so I don't have much to say over there.
Yeah, it's a completely different Sicieri for you.
Yeah, I think we should just go find Orazio and talk to him.
Well, I think what we should do is we should organize our folk and get them to keep the watch on more intently. I know we're doing double shifts, but we're not focused. We're just kind of everywhere. So I need to talk to my people and get them to be more focused on Tommaso's house.
We don't want to try to stop things. We want to set the trap and spring it. We don't want to try to spook them away. We don't want
You want to catch Zeno in the act, is what you're saying. You want to make sure that he's
yeah, we need solid evidence. Right now we have
Okay. No, it's just to speed things up. So, you guys heading over to the Ducal Palace to find Orazio?
Yeah, it's a little closer, so I think we find.
Yeah, no problem. So the three of you head over. Takes about an hour, getting to about maybe 1-2 o'clock in the afternoon, and you reach the palace. Ken, one of the so I sent you links to 2 maps.
Yeah.
These are official maps. Could you find the ground floor of the Ducal Palace one?
Oh, sure.
And then just to give you an idea of where it is and the layout. If you can bring that one up.
Does it need to be bigger?
Yeah, you can make it bigger if you want, but yeah, that is the ground floor. So, just to give you a gist, so working from the top and then kind of going down. A is the prison. So, imagine the top of the map is north, east is east, south is south. So to the west you have the cathedral. So you've got B, and then there's a little doorway with circular steps just left of there. That leads to the Cathedral of St. Mark's. G is the card door, and that leads directly down into the Piazza of San Marco. E is called the Wheat Gate, and that's where the food comes in and out. That's during the day, that's well guarded, and there's food going in, carts going out, that sort of thing. Just like you've got 10, 20 meters or so before outside of the east side leads out into the sea. You've got a wide promenade between the Wheat Gate, which is E, and the lagoon. The north side, you have about 6 to 10 meters of a walkway, and then the canal. A is the prison. So you have various doors leading to columned areas on either side of the prison, but they are locked at all times unless there is prisoners being transported to or from. Yeah, that's brilliant. Yeah. So G is the card door, or the card gate, that leads to the open Piazza of St. Mark. E is the Wheat Gate, that leads out towards the lagoon. And A, on the other side of the edge of the map, is a narrow canal, and there is a walkway between the canal and the palace. The other areas is C is called the Giant Staircase, and it leads from the Giant's Courtyard, which is D, leads up to the next floor. So this is the ground floor. The first floor, or the second floor for people west across the pond, is called the Loggia floor. We'll bring that map up this is the Loggia floor. If the adventure takes to this floor, we'll use this map. But at the moment, we will definitely be using the ground floor. Okay, so if you want to bring back the first map, for you, Ken, when you see the corner, the top right-hand corner of the map, that's you were at that corner when you overheard the conversation between Filippo and Orazio. They were just outside outside the prison section of the palace. That's where they were talking, and you were at the corner listening in until one of Filippo realized that you were there, and then he departed quickly. Okay, just to give you an idea of the layout outside the palace. Okay, so when you get there, there are guards who are letting people in and out on official business at the card door. You arrive via the Piazza di San Marco, so you are at the card door or near there. What do you do?
I'll go up just like I have official business there.
All right. Oh, bless you. Okay.
I sneeze.
As you approach, you join a queue. The guy before you is turned away and told, "Come back later. This isn't the time." Blah blah blah. It's just some generic, unimportant business. You're next in line. The guard, dressed in plate armor, breastplate, chainmail greaves, that sort of thing, built for more pomp than actual ceremony. Yeah, great example. He says to you, "Greetings. Who are you, and what is your business here?"
Good afternoon. Marco Antonio de Medici. I'm seeking to have a permit to put on some demonstrations in the piazza this evening.
Okay. Well, he's quite snobbish. He says, "Well, the piazza's right behind you, and this is the palace, so..." Okay.
Oh, I don't need a permit? In Florence, we have permits that we have to purchase to do these kinds of things.
Then you would need to speak to the Undersecretary of the Curator of Licenses in regards to public entertainment. I am Palace Guard. Unless your business involves the palace, you do not need to be here.
Oh,
He points across the...
offices in here. They don't have offices in here?
The queue is building as you're talking. And the guy next to him says, "Look," whispers in the guard's ear and goes, "Well, yes, okay. Come with me then. There will be someone in the opera area." Right. If you bring up the map again, you're brought through the card door. The card door is wide, not that long, but imagine that whole corridor is one big vaulted ceiling hallway leading into the courtyard. Just as you go in, he takes a right, goes through that slight door on the right hand side just next to G, takes you through another corridor, and you're presented to what is simply a bureaucrat, and says, "Yes. Well, who are you? Why are you here? Why are you bothering me?"
Marco Antonio de Medici. My fencing troop and myself are...
Our character is so... I've just realised, so in my head then, there's you... Are you dressed as a city guard, Ken, or is your character just plain clothes at the moment?
I would be in city guard uniform.
Okay. And then there's clearly a noble in the form of Matt, you're right at the back, being strangely quiet at the moment. Right, brilliant. Okay. So the three of you are in this room. He's sat down, hasn't offered you a seat. He's not even looked up at you. He's signing papers, he's reading stuff, and then let you talk.
So we're planning several different demonstrations today. We'll be opening a school soon, and we'll be having them in different places around the piazza. So I wanted to make sure that we had proper permits to have these entertainment demonstrations in different places, throughout the area, and not just specifically in the piazza.
He scribble, stops, sits back, looks at you and goes, "But so why are you talking to me? I deal with the palace. I deal with what you're doing is in public." Ken, could I get an attention, perception, surveillance roll, please?
Maybe. Yes. Perception, attention, perception. As soon
And
as
then
I can
if
find
you have a bonus for surveillance,
I do have surveillance, yeah.
Brilliant.
Absolutely.
Okay. So
And
roll your attention dice pool. keep a
Right.
number of dice equal to your perception, and then add your surveillance bonus.
Gotcha. That is 110. And then I keep
Yeah.
I keep 3 dice. All right. Oh, that's 2 10s. I'm wrong. Look at that. So I just keep all the dice. Is that correct?
How many? Yeah. Well, how many dice? How much was your dice pool?
Well, attention is 4. Do I need to add 3?
No. It's so you keep all your dice then.
Yeah. So I keep.
So it's
So that's starting out 30, and then that's 6, 41.
wow. Right. Okay. While Marco is trying to reason with this meddlesome bureaucrat, the windows are huge in this area. To your left, you are looking out, probably with boredom. I don't know how interested you are in this conversation about permits and so forth. Yep. So you're idly looking over around, blah 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 blah, and you look out to the courtyard, and sure enough, on the other side of the courtyard, resting up against a pillar, is Orazio. His back, he's kind of looking around. He seems to be looking at, checking everywhere. He then turns back to the prison. You're not sure. I mean, you're watching him more and more now that you recognise that is the guy that you saw speaking with Filippo. See that you get the impression he's having a conversation with someone who is behind what looks like a thick wooden door with bars around us, like a small window.
Mm-hmm.
Miller, this guy continues. But you're asking for a permit outside of this building.
As they're talking, I might just kind of start wandering away to see if anybody pays any attention to me towards where Enrico is.
Okay. Right. So, Matteo, you start edging away. Matteo thinks...
I'm not.
What?
Yeah, I'm not Matteo. I'm.
No. But I'm just
Dorcas.
I want to keep him in this scene. So,
Yeah.
you start edging away. It's quite clear that you've seen something, and then he then moves forward and kind of blocks the bureaucrat's vision of you. So there's Miller right. So Miller's here, Matteo's there, and behind those two, Matteo is kind of edging away while Miller is talking.
Oh, well, speak of the devil.
Yes.
Thanks for being cover for me, Matteo.
Okay. So, Bill, you had your meeting, you had your discussion, you had 2 avenues of investigation. One was chasing Filippo at the Arsenal, which is about 3 hours walk away, or Orazio, which is the palace guard that Dorcas had overheard a conversation with Filippo over a week ago. You got the 3 of you decide to go to the palace to seek out Orazio. You get to the card gate. Marco kind of bluffs his way in by insisting on getting a permit for something that's outside the palace. The city guard doesn't know how to deal with that. The queue's getting bigger. They need to deal with these more important people. So the 3 of you have been sidled into a side room in the palace. Not too far in, but in the palace. You're introduced to a bureaucrat. The bureaucrat's saying pretty much the same thing. There's the 3 of you kind of in a line. Miller's at the desk speaking to a bureaucrat. What the hell? Oh. more high-speed dancing there. So there's 3 of you in a kind of a line. Miller's at the front, talking to the bureaucrat. You're at the back, but you've noticed that Dorcas something's caught his eye. He spends a few moments staring to the left through the windows into the courtyard, into the giant courtyard at the center of the palace. And now whatever he's seen is clearly important. So because he's now edging away out of the room. So what I've done is I've role-played you to not to raise too much suspicion about the slow departure and to stand next to Miller so you two are blocking his escape. At the meantime, Miller is completely oblivious to what's going on because he's having this conversation with the bureaucrat. So the bureaucrat continues. Yes, but I can't give you a license for something outside the palace. Unless it was happening inside the palace, I could give you a license, but then I would need to know what it is. Is it going to be in the palace?
Yes, we can do a demonstration here. I didn't realize that would be even possible. I'll pull out my coin purse and make sure he knows it's nice and heavy. Like, if we could do a demonstration in here, well, that would be one hell of a permit to acquire.
Okay, could I get a... it's not composure. I would say it's interaction. It's up to you. It's an interaction dice roll, but you can either use guile, because you are using persuasion, as in bribery, or influence, using charm with bribery. You can spend because generally bribery is relying on how much money you've got spare, so you can spend a society point to add or to retain additional dice equal to your estate.
Okay. I'll use influence charm.
Mm-hmm. Are you going to?
I don't think I need. Let me roll first before I spend this point, or do I need to spend?
Oh no, you need to spend the point first.
All right, I'll go ahead and do it.
Yep. Okay.
Oof, good thing I did. That's 41.
Oh, geez, right. Okay. He goes, take a seat. Let's discuss this. And then he kind of looks up and goes, wasn't there 3 of you? And then when you look back, Dorcas has vanished. But Matteo kind of like gives you a slight wink, and he says, no, there was just the 2 of us. So at this point, he says, right, well, give me an idea of what you want to do with that level of license that you can afford. I mean, that we can provide. He kind of eyes your purse. Have you put the purse down yet? Or the coins?
No, I'll have it in my hand and I'll have my fingers going through it.
Okay, well, he says, well, I can take you through a guided tour of the Giant's courtyard, if you wish.
Oh, that would be nice, but I have many, many preparations to make. If I could get a permit to bring 5 players in here, which includes myself and my friend,
and
gladly pay.
So next week, next month?
Oh, no, tonight.
What?
You hear laughter
soon.
from the guy behind them.
The school is opening soon. We really must get the word out and get people excited. And if I could get the people in this palace excited, that would go a long, long way to fulfill my needs in the school.
That is far more immediate than I had anticipated. I mean, that would therefore require immediate remuneration, if you know what I mean.
Are florins okay?
Of course. Right. So He quickly scribbles out a license. Meanwhile, Dorcas, you've headed out. You are now wandering the courtyard. Across the courtyard, Orazio is still there. As you're heading out, what are you doing? Do you go straight to Orazio, or?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to go straight to him. I'm just kind of acting like I belong there. And, you know, I'm just checking around. Yep. But I'll probably not sneak at all. I mean, it's just me stepping, like after that first stepping away, I'm just going to walk up to where Enrico is. Or not Enrico,
Orazio. Right. No, that's brilliant. So to build up that sense of you belong there, you've been there all the time.
Yeah.
You spend about 10 minutes just meandering around the courtyard. During that 10 minutes, Marco and Matteo, you're escorted out by this now far more wealthier bureaucrat than he was 30 minutes ago. And he says, well, the two wells, there's the giant staircase, and two of you can see a little bit further ahead of you towards the prison, which is A on the map. You can see Dorcas making a meandering beeline towards a figure resting against one of the pillars opposite the prison. The bureaucrat is just he's over the moon. He thinks it's a great idea, and he's just talking away, glances back to make sure that you're following him, but he meanders around. He heads into the little atrium where all the pillars are. There's a roof to those black dots that kind of go around the centerpiece. So while Dorcas is heading across the courtyard towards the figure outside the prison, you guys are taken around the pillars, and after about 3 or 4 minutes, the three of you are approaching the prison, and Orazio, still oblivious to him being watched, he seems to be talking to a prisoner. You arrive at either side of the prison, so to speak. The bureaucrat says, if you want, I can leave yous here. Think about it. If it's tonight, I'm going to need names of every single person. But please think about it. Come back to my office, and I will have the official permit license for you to do your training thing tonight. Okay.
Right. Well, yes. Thank you very much. Yep. I'll come see you with some names, and I will take a look around.
Yep. He scuttles off.
Kind of looks back and forth.
Yep. He scuttles
gives you
off.
a nod, Marco.
Yep. So it's just the three of you on either side of Orazio. As I say, Orazio seems to be speaking to a voice behind one of the prison doors. It's just idle chit chat between a prison guard and a prisoner. What are you doing?
I'll lean over to Marco and whisper quietly. I whisper loudly.
Point up at things while we're done.
So, what's the play?
We have a legal way to be inside now.
Well, what are we trying to do?
We're trying to lure the would-be assassins in and stop them.
Do we know who that is?
Yes. Yes. I know at least my contact.
All right. What are the names? And I'll look over at Dorcas, kind of gesture you over and then down because you're too tall.
I'll just walk up to
Dorcas, him. As you walk over towards Matteo and Marco, you pass Orazio. Orazio looks up at you. You can't help but glance towards him.
Yeah.
And he to
Does
that
he
moment of
Does he remember me?
you're not sure. He gives you a second glance, but then goes back to having this conversation.
Yeah, I don't look at him too mean because I was just like wandering.
Yeah.
But I think we play good cop, bad cop. I kind of duck down. It's just like I think we play good cop, bad cop. I'll be the bad cop with a ratio over here.
Sounds good. But who are the assassins? Do we know?
We don't.
It's Zeno's men.
Zeno's men. Do we know their names?
No, one of them, Niccolo, should be there, unless he's too.
Okay, Niccolo, he has a limp. He's not a great fighter either. Not
And
that.
Roberto, is he not? Is he not one of them? Am I making up that name, Roberto? I mean,
You're so tall.
You are making up that name.
Okay. I think you said it at one point.
There's two people that you know is going to be there: Amerigo
Yeah, Marigo.
and Niccolo, and
Yeah.
then there's going to be 4 others in the group.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's going to be 6 of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I can take 1 or 2. Marco, you've got at least what?
Oh, I could probably take all of them, but I've got the permit for us to bring 5 in.
Big guy?
Well,
How many can you take?
I mean, I don't know if I could take anybody. I don't like violence. It's not.
Just pick them up and throw them.
Well, I'll do my best. What
about this guy?
I would like to mention this fella is their ticket in. So I don't know if we should ingratiate ourselves with him or maybe put the fear of God in him.
Well, we want them to get in first, right?
Yeah, but we don't. I mean, if they get in on our terms and we tell them where we want them to lead them versus maybe their terms.
But that means if we do that, then we potentially throw a wrench in our own plans.
Sure.
Right.
But this little fella over here is beholden to them. I think with money, he doesn't care one way or the other.
At this point, there's 3 men who are effectively strangers acting quite suspicious because they're having a very private conversation. The city guard Orazio, his suspicions now aroused by these 3 men having a private conversation, and he doesn't know who they are. He's now looking at you 3 suspiciously.
What year is it again? What year? What year is it again?
1400.
Oh, 1400. All right. Well, shit. I can't quote Shakespeare.
No.
As a.
I already did. Too late.
Did you?
Yeah.
Did you really?
I did.
Shit. What would I say? Really quickly, Marco. Why are we in here again? I mean, why are we in here again?
Oh, for the play tonight.
The
So, well, fellas, I think it'll work just fine.
It's great.
Right here. We'll
It's
set up a little
Fantastimo.
sign here.
Yes.
He Orazio smiles and then it kind of approaches you and says, "Play tonight?"
Oh, yes. Are you into fencing? We're going to do a big demonstration here.
No, you can't.
I kind of like in the background. I'm like, see, this is a thrust.
No, you can't. No,
Thrust.
you can't have a play here tonight.
Oh, it's not a play. It's a demonstration of.
No, you can't. No, you can't have one of them either. No, not tonight.
It's a play about the. I would say it's in tribute to the, and if you don't mind me talking, because I do have to say it is a tribute to well, the night god.
When you start talking,
and certainly the lords of the night. The lords of the night.
right? When you start talking, Dorcas, you can see across his face, now he knows who you are, where he's seen you from, because the last time he saw you, you spoke to him. And with that hinterlands accent, it's unmistakable. He goes pale, the blood drains from his face, and then he starts backing away from the three
Whoa,
of you.
no, sir, you gotta stay right here. You
At the moment-
can't.
1 second.
Yeah.
I'll pull the coin purse back out and I'll be like, hold on
Okay, right.
here. I know what you're going to do, and we want you to do it. You've already been paid. We'll pay you a little more. You be quiet. Let it happen.
Looks round.
Say nothing to anyone.
Uh,
And I'll give him 2 florins.
I'll look at him like, justice will be on you. Be careful,
With the
son.
glint. So, at the moment, there's 3 things going on. One, there's a pillock flashing a sword around. He doesn't know how to process that. He's just kind of trying to ignore it. There is a city guard talking about justice, which kind of scares the shit out of him. But then there's a gentleman offering him lovely gold florins, and he's now honed in on the money, and he moves up. Says, what do you mean you know what's happening tonight? What I'm doing?
Put my hand on his shoulder and bring him in, look him right dead in the eyes, and I'll say, you get to pay your debts and have a clean conscience. That's all you need to know.
Could I get presence, influence, authority?
Could he get a bonus because there's a 6'8" dude next to him that sort of,
Not
Yeah,
looking
I
at
was
him
think-
happy.
and,
I'm not,
and
I'm not super happy.
can he get a further bonus that while Mateo is acting like an ass, he is showing that he can kill him. He's like,
Yeah.
this is how you thrust through the liver. It's not like hit a tree.
That's what that was. Right. Okay. Right.
Right. We can use these things.
I will
Yeah.
give you a +10 for those 2 points. Good cop, skewering cop. But he's not focusing on any of them. It's the money. As soon as he sees that money, he's almost hooked. But it's that last bit of about his conscience. So
Yeah.
could you make a presence, influence, authority, and add 10 to it?
$42.
Jesus, right. Okay. Right. You get success. You get an outcome of 3, which is an impressive success. Right. The color comes back to his face at this point, and his whole body seems to just relax. And he relaxes so much that he rests up against one of the pillars. He says, please, we need to speak in private about this. And you're then taken westwards and then into the... there's a little hallway with 3 pillars or 3 dots at the top middle of the map. He takes you down there, and at the end of there is a huge window and a doorway. There's no one else here. He then explains to you and says, I think my conscience is the only thing I might have left after all of this. Even if I live or die, it's losing that. I'll tell you everything. If I can walk away with my reputation intact and my family intact and my name intact, I'll tell you everything. What is it you want to know?
What time?
I was told yesterday, and then I was told tonight. Nicolo keeps. I'm sorry, he doesn't say Nicolo. He says Filippo. Filippo keeps changing, but I can only presume that it's going to be tonight. It wasn't yesterday. It could be tonight. And then he points to the door. I was told to be here at 9 o'clock, which is like about half an hour after sunset. To be at this door, there will be a knock. I will unlock that door, let them in. I will not look at who comes in. I will then close the door, lock it, leave the key in the door, and I will leave. And whatever it is that they were wanting to do, whatever they want to steal or whatever, they take what they want to steal and then they get out. And then I'd lock the door after them. And the debt was settled. That's what Filippo has said to me, and that's all I care about. Just, he reaches out for the money. Do you let him take it?
Yeah.
Yep, takes the money, bites it, checks it, and says, yeah, that's all I know. You want me to go ahead with it?
Yes. Yeah, exactly as planned. You mentioned nothing about what we said.
Right, okay.
If somebody offers you more money, I can match it.
Oh. Right, okay, right, no problem. Right, conscious of the time, we're in the last stretch, so sorry guys, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what do you think the odds of you getting me one of them fancy uniforms and conscripting me into the palace guard? Do you think you could handle that, or is that?
I'll have well, I could look into it. Who's your superior?
Vito Vimes. You just tell him that I'm on hiatus with the police department. I think I'll be working here at the palace.
Yeah, I'll speak to people once this is all out of the way. And yes, okay, that's fine. Yeah. Right. So end of that scene. You leave. What is it you want to do? You now know the exact entrance, the time, possibly tonight. You have a permit to actually get inside the palace, but from what... Oh, Ratio will also say, if Niccolo, if whoever Filippo, whoever I'm doing this for ultimately, when they come in and they see people in the courtyard, they're just going to turn back around and go.
That might be true. Well, maybe we do a show and act like you packing up and on your way out. Just maybe at 8:55.
We need to be out
Wrap up the show.
of sight.
Yep.
That map. Can you make the map big again? Sorry,
Sure.
I can't see it.
Absolutely.
Bad eyes.
Where will the target be?
Now, you know this, but the others won't know. On the second map, which is the Logia floor, which is the next floor up from the ground, in the bottom right-hand corner, there is the procurator's chambers. So see M, that's been slightly green, like turquoisey.
Yep.
That's the bed chamber area plus side rooms. So that's where Tommaso is. You know that, Matteo. The other two don't.
I will, as if we're away from everyone. We'll move away.
Yeah.
And I'll reveal that to you guys. I'll say Tommaso will likely be, he doesn't point, but he'll say, the southeast on the second floor. That's where his chambers are. So we have a good idea of where the assassins will go. If we can get in up there, perhaps hide in one of the rooms. I don't know if it makes sense. He looks up at
Close.
Dacus. I don't know if it makes sense if Dacus could somehow be patrolling. Can we go inside the palace?
You're allowed to go in when you're with Mariner. So when you've been, like, during the day you've been hanging around the palace, and during the evenings you've been spying, but you've also been going in because Mariner has gone into the bedchamber area with you, and for the last night nothing happened, and this night, by the sounds of it, something will happen. So you can get into the area called M, so to speak, very easily, because you'll be there with Mariner. The other two,
But I'll be sneaking.
Yeah.
Well, I'll give both of these guys the layout of it as I have been in there. And I tell them essentially how it is. And in quiet tones, I still am apprehensive about this. Obviously, we have to stop the plot to assassinate, but we could be implicated. Because what's the difference between our families, and he'll kind of turn away from Dacus a little bit. Our families would benefit. He kind of looks at Marco. Would you benefit if this assassination took place?
No. In what way? We have no connection with the Xenos.
Don't you support the Xenos outwardly?
No, I never have. I've never chosen a side.
Well, in that case, both of us, if Carlos Xenos is to be killed, it could be considered beneficial. I'm not saying it is. I'm saying that this could be a bigger plot.
Well, I've been thinking that it's a plot by the Tommaso to kill Zeno anyway. I kind of always thought it was just the opposite of what you guys are talking about. Maybe this whole time. But I didn't want to say anything, you guys being who you are and me being who I am.
Got a question.
If Carlo Zeno shows up here with swords and people, I mean, hell yeah, we should stop him. There's no reason.
I've got a question.
Go ahead.
Oh, go on.
No.
I was just going to say, I think it leads a lot of credibility that we did find the guy and he was paid off. His story tracks.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Nothing else.
But what I'm realizing is that there are machinations, plots on plots with these upper nobility. My question is, based on what Dacus just said, as in Zeno's trying to kill Tommaso, Tommaso's trying to kill Zeno, that type of thing.
There's been no indication of Tommaso wanting to assassinate Carlo Zeno. Okay. There's no need to, because as far as the upper classes are concerned, Carlo Zeno hasn't got a chance.
Okay.
No one likes him. The competition is between the competition is between Federico Tribuno and Tommaso Mocenigo, and at the moment, Mocenigo is ahead.
Right. But they're trying to kill.
There's no reason. But Carlo Zeno, if he takes out the lead horse, that brings them closer to the finish line.
Well, I just think that it's possible that Nicolo was turning turncoat on his own brother, but I don't know that for sure.
Yeah, at the moment, there's absolutely no connection between Tommaso and Filippo. There's no connection between Tommaso and Niccolo either.
But
It does make
Political
sense.
machinations.
but the three, we got Tommaso, we have
Yeah.
Mocenigo, and we have Zeno.
No. There's
No.
Tommaso Mocenigo. That's one guy.
Tommaso. That's the guy
Federico Tribuno.
here. Tribuno.
Yep. And
And then
Carlo Zeno. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Zeno is trying to kill
Tommaso.
Mocenigo.
Yep.
I mean,
right.
that's
Jesus
that's
Christ,
the way it appears on the outside,
Let's just use one name.
and then you got the
A, B, and C. C is
The-
trying to kill A.
you got the
I got
Viscari
it.
family who's in the works. They seem like they're on the up and up, and the Tribunos,
This is
they
my
lost
question.
face.
B, with the fuck ever his name is. So A is Mocenigo, C is Zeno, B Tribuno.
Yep.
All right. Tribuno, is there any connection that he could be behind any of this?
His name's
No.
not been mentioned. Tribuno, everyone knows, is incorruptible. He would never attempt to do anything as underhand as assassination attempt. He wouldn't blackmail. He wouldn't bribe. He wouldn't try to.
But he
kill.
would allow other people to do that to clear.
No. He would. He's arrested his own son at least once.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So I mean, and you were hanging out with his son, Geronimo.
son-
He's a great guy. He's a
He's
great
an
guy.
asshole.
Girolamo. Girolamo.
Girolamo. But anyway, yeah.
Girolamo.
So what are you doing? What do you want to set into motion? You have the time, you have the place, you have the route now that Matteo's told you where Mocenigo's going. So you know where they're going to enter and you know where they're going to head towards. Whether or not they know where Mocenigo is precisely isn't, you don't know. They could know.
Talking with Marco and also Daucus about this, kind of giving them a little layout of the land, like Jesus. I'll go over to the side of the courtyard and get like a stick, and I'm drawing in the dirt, just a little diagram. Is there a way that we can, how do we think they're going to come in, and then how can we make sure we stop them? So I'm trying to strategize using their guys' warfare and that kind of stuff. Do either of you know anything about warfare?
Well,
do.
I don't, but
Just a
I
bit.
can have the city guard come in maybe at, I don't know, 9:15,
You know-
9:30.
You know you wouldn't be able to get the city guard in here.
Well, I mean,
City
I
guard.
can have them surround the building at 9:30.
On the outside, yeah. On the outside, but
outside.
not inside. Yeah.
So nobody's
It's not a bad
coming in
idea.
or out.
So long as they don't tip our hand, they can't act before this goes down.
Well, that's true, and I feel like it's probably likely the case that both parties have their own ears in that aspect. So if I were to go to the city guard, they probably would tip our hand. I assure you.
Yeah, we don't tell them. I think since my guys will be outside anyway, I can have them watch this door. As soon as they see the seeing those men come in. Yep. As soon as they enter, they can go right to the guard.
Can I aid Marco in sort of a warfare strategy type thing?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. This is what you're planning and describing now, on how well it fits together. I will relay, and that will set the scene.
Cool.
So go ahead.
And what does aiding him do? I've got. I have one and one in guerrilla. So if I can aid him, however.
I only have
Okay.
one in warfare also.
No, well, you can do it because you're definitely a smarter dude than I am.
One of so it is acumen, warfare, plus guerrilla. If you've got a bonus for guerrilla, and then add the bonus from Matteo, so you've got +5 on top of what you have.
Does Dacus have any kind of warfare or anything that could, for like prisons or anything like that?
Well, I think we should tell Vito Vimes about what we're gonna do. But no,
Yep. Okay.
I don't have any kind of strategy for that. I do trust Vito with my life. He might have some understanding of warfare, being captain of the city guard.
Okay. I'll assume that you managed to relay this message because you got a few hours.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you head off. Tell Vito. Vito says, "You're right. If we send any guards in, it'll tip the hand. We have to make it look like any other night." But he assures you that there will be members of the Night Watch who he trusts to be very discreet, to be in the shadows watching. So he will have eyes on the palace. Not many.
Sure. And maybe you could have a gathering of night watchmen at some other location and maybe show up at 9:30. What do you think about that? Maybe 9:45.
They will do what they've done in the last night and the night before, where they stay in a location for hours. They don't move. They stay in the dark and then they watch. When they see something, they will react.
Well,
Okay.
I'll default to you, and I'll just support the other Matteo and his friend Marco.
Yeah, Marco, what did you get?
Mhm.
Did you make the roll?
22.
22. Okay. So, if you bring the map up, then, if you could, please, Ken. Okay. And the other map, the first one.
It's good, Matt.
Nope. Yeah, that's the one. Brilliant. Okay. So, between yous, and I'm gonna try and do this retroactively. So I'm gonna explain as it happens. You can be whatever you want to be. You can do whatever you want to do as I'm doing it. It's like explaining it step by step. So it's 9 o'clock. Sorry, it's 8:30. There are your eyes are on the prison door, just left of the prison. Along outside the wheat gate, Marco, you've split your people into two. There's a group of people demonstrating outside the wheat gate, causing a nice distraction. There's a big crowd of people watching. And this other crowd is just in front of the card gate, in the bigger area of the St. Marco's Plaza. That crowd is bigger, so much bigger that three of you can see that the two guards at the card door, they've actually stepped away from their posts and they're watching it. So at the moment, the card gate isn't that guarded. At about 9:15, you all see three figures heading from the west, head down or along the canal north of the palace. They approach the door outside the prison. There's a knock. Orazio opens it, and then six figures step in. The door is then closed. It's locked. The key is left in, and Orazio leaves that little hallway through the gap on the left. So there's six figures in that area where there's three pillars on the left-hand side of the prison. You three can, well, Marco and Dorcas can be anywhere on the ground floor, this floor here. Matteo, because he's got access, and Marina is there. Marina is staying in the area of the bed chambers. Between you and her, you know that she has her own plan.
Okay, Marina knows everything I know.
If you tell her everything.
It would be difficult for him not to if she's around, unless he's been told by someone that he's been followed a bunch. He wouldn't want to lead. He would want to implicate her, right? But if he hasn't been told that, then yeah, he tells her what's up.
All she knows is what she was told by Tommaso during that secret meeting.
Okay. So he will mention, actually, what he'll do, because Mateo's fairly intelligent.
Yeah.
He'll approach her at some point and elude that something is going to happen, and it's going to he is going to stop it from happening, or allow, basically what the fuck would, god damn it, I need to see the names is the problem. I'm a visual learner. I don't do this. I don't remember the Enzio's men. Enzio? Zeno, fuck, I cannot remember these names. Yeah, Zeno's men are going to hang themselves tonight. That's what he tells her. There's no reason for him not to tell her. It doesn't make any sense. He's got to tell her.
It's happening tonight.
Yeah, he'll mention that Zeno's men are going to hang themselves tonight.
Then let them come and let them hang themselves.
So you're aware there's likely going to be attempted bloodshed. So
there will be no bloodshed in this room.
Fair enough.
If they get to this room and you are with me, I am confident there will be no bloodshed. Certainly no bloodshed by Mocenigo. And this is a favour I have given my word upon my family's honour, that I will protect them, as I have done the last 2 nights, or the last night. There will be no bloodshed in this room.
He nods.
She adds a little caveat. Important blood spilled this night in this room. If you have, I will be here. You know where I'm going to be. If you wish to stay with me, you can. If I get the impression you have friends here, if you wish to accompany them in whatever plan that they have, you are free to do so.
I'm going to go play with the boys.
You play with your boys then. Right, okay. So, right, so Dorcas and
yes. I
Marco,
would have.
Where are you on the map on the ground floor?
I would have gone after Horatio. I would have followed him to go and kind of see where he's gonna be. Like after he lets them in, and once I'm kind of aware they're going somewhere else, I was gonna go stick next to him.
Bring the map up again.
Oh yeah. So I got you.
Okay, so you're then. I'm guessing you're on the left-hand side of the map.
Yeah, wherever he headed off. If he's still at that door, I'm gonna go to that door and just kind of like shoot the shit with him.
So imagine you have A right in the middle. You have the 3-pillared hallway which they're in now. There's a gap between the wall on the left-hand side. That's a doorway. You're bottom left of that on a corner, so you can only see Horatio when he slips through that doorway.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you can then move to engage with him. However, on the other side of that wall, you know that there are 6 men. And if they see you, the whole thing's ruined.
Sure.
So, Marco, where are you?
I think I want to be just inside, like between the doorway that Horatio just came through and the end of that hall. That wall.
So you're on the other side of the wall.
Right,
yep.
From where the pillars are. I think it's best if we can confront them in the courtyard. Marco's not very stealthy, but I think I think if we can get the key, like after Orazio leaves, if we can go snag that key, they can't get away.
Brilliant. Okay. Right. So the two of you are on the other side of that wall, keeping out of sight. Orazio steps into view through the doorway. He glances to you, Dorcas. He then glances to you, Marco. And yeah, he looks like he's shitting himself. He looks so nervous, and then as soon as he steps out of sight, he moves away and he rests up against the wall and just starts praying. You two can just hear slight mutterings of 6 men heading down south. They pass the second column. Do either of you peer through the doorway? Do you risk doing that, or do you just stay where you are, out of sight?
I was going to wait until they get out into the courtyard more.
Okay. You hear the mutterings. Head the entrance of the bottom column. Now, because the palace guard have been told nothing, you're hiding from the palace guard, so to speak, though you have permit to be there, so to speak. This palace guard don't know anything's going on because no one's told them. So there are patrols that go past you. There's like 3 groups of 2 circulating around the columns that go around the courtyard. Okay? So you're hiding from the palace guard, you realise that the 6 men who have entered, they're now hiding from the palace guard, and they start watching the guards go around, and when they get to the point where the 2 palace guard walk past your area, they start moving. So they slip down into the atrium area before the many pillars surrounding D, which is the giant's courtyard, and then they start heading east, ducking from pillar to pillar to pillar in front of the prison. You can hear the prisoners talking as if they think the prisoners think they've heard something. Matteo, you've been dismissed by Mariner. You're on the top floor. You can, if you wanted to, you could peer through the pillars on the log of your floor, which is the floor you're in, and look down. If you wanted.
You guys are in trouble. I just found my dice. And my dice rolling thing.
Yeah, your dice were gone.
Everybody's fucking done.
Where were they?
They were in my backpack.
Yeah.
Anyway. Famous last words. I will carefully, stealthily look up.
Mm-hmm. Okay. You can see palace guards moving around. You see 2 palace guards past the prison, past the hallway, and then 6 figures dart out. And from your perspective, you can see them going one at a time from pillar to pillar. There is a group.
Does one have a limp?
Yes, the guy at the back has a limp. And you can see the 2 guards moving away. Dorcas and Marco, do you peer out from your vantage point at this point?
I'm gonna look at what's his name? Enrico?
Orazio.
Not Enrico. Orazio. Yeah, because his name is so similar. And I'm gonna motion to him to lock the. Did he lock the door? I've been watching him.
You don't know because you can't see through the wall. You can only see through the doorway.
And where am I at? By what letter am I by?
So you've got the prison, which is A. Left of that is the columned hallway.
Yeah.
Left of that again, you see there's a little gap in the wall. That's a doorway.
Yeah.
You're in that area left of the columned hallway.
And that's where and
Orazio's just stepped through that doorway.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm right next to him.
You are
And
now,
I motion, you're with me. Do you lock the door?
locked. Key in the lock, as planned.
What? Why is the key in the lock? Why don't you take the lock with you? And we don't want them.
So they can escape.
We don't want them to escape. We want them. We want them caught red-handed.
I was told not to change the plan. This is Filippo's plan.
All right. Well, let's go get.
It's okay. Those men are assassins. You should probably go get your men together. They're going to be arrested.
The moment you say assassins, Ratio, like one of you has to put their hand over his mouth.
I'll grab him.
Yep, you grab my mouth.
I'll grab him.
Yep. Yeah, he goes. You move your hand away.
I got unarmed combat. I can do whatever I want.
Yeah. You let go of his mouth as he promises to speak quietly. He says, "No, Filippo says they were just going to take something.
No.
They can't be here to
sir.
murder someone. My God, this is going to destroy me. I can't. This isn't what I agreed with Filippo."
Yeah, we can't let him out.
Yeah, we're going to stop.
Okay, right. So, Marco, so you're having this conversation, Dorcas, with Orazio. Marco, you peer out around the wall. You can see the 6 men heading eastwards towards the staircase in the top right-hand corner of the courtyard area. You see that? They're beginning to split into 2 groups, i.e. 5 people at the front and man limping at the back. They have just gone past the prison area. You can see that there is another group of 2 prison guards heading up the right-hand side of the courtyard.
Do they look like they're together?
But the 2 palace guards?
Yeah, the palace guards don't notice them.
No, the palace guards are walking, but because Zeno's men are using the pillars as cover, because they're darting from pillar to pillar to pillar.
Right.
Yeah, but they dart into the columned hallway to the right of the prison, which is A, so that the prison guards the palace guards don't see them as they turn the corner. At which point, can I get a control stealth hide roll from you 2? Oh no, so from Marco, because Marco, are you staying where you are, peering through the corner, or are you moving after them?
As soon as they're out of that pillared hallway into the atrium, and I notice that one of them is limping, I'm going to come out into that atrium, and I'm going to yell as loud as I can, "Niccolo Zeno! What brings you to the palace this late at night?" And I'm going to draw my sword just in case.
Wow. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. Brilliant. Okay. Oh, right. Hold on. So, this changes everything. At this point, the 5 men who had been moving away quicker from Niccolo, because Niccolo hasn't gone that far, he's just in front of the prison at this moment. The other 3 are edging their ways towards the staircase. Then they dip into the columned hallway right of the prison as the 2 prison guards turn the corner, the palace guards turn the corner. You make that proclamation. Niccolo Zeno, at this point, turns, flips back his cloak, and swings round, and he draws a saber from a scabbard on his side. He then lunges towards you 2. The palace guard at that point, you've caused a massive distraction. The 2 palace guards are at the corner. They're rushing towards Niccolo and you. Dorcas, you've just heard that. You're just out of sight, but you're just around the corner. You're just a few feet away. Matteo, from your vantage point, you hear the proclamation. You see 5 of Zeno's men head into the columned hallway right to the prison. The 2 palace guards dash past them. And what are you doing?
I will wait. I'm watching those 5. Basically, I will head them off if they get close to, if they try to make their way up to the room.
Yeah.
Or if I see them trying to leg it, then I'll go down and cut them off at the gate.
Right. Okay.
I will jump. I will parkour.
It's a long way down, but yes.
Yo.
Okay. So, Marco, what are you doing? He's turned around, drew his weapon. There's 3 or 4 meters between you two. What's your action?
I'm gonna look down at him. I'm gonna be like, "Oh, come on! You've been caught red-handed. Just lay it down. Don't make me spill your blood."
Right. I'll let you respond because he at that, and he rushes not quite towards you, but to your left towards the columned hallway which you're stood in front of. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So you're kind of blocking his exit, and he's going to try and dash past you, but also try and swipe and take you out. So, let's go. As he's moving towards you, you've got the initiative. You can act. What are you doing?
And he does look like he's going to swing his sword at me, right?
He looks like he's going to slash at you and nip past you,
as he
if
runs
possible.
by.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and stick him. I'm just going to
Okay.
stab him with the...
Yeah, no problem. His parry is 30.
Damn.
If you want to substitute, because this is everything that you've worked towards, so if you want to substitute for a higher spirit dice pool, such as honor or conviction, you can do so. Nope.
Okay, no. He doesn't have any honor or conviction. Just a little bit. Yeah, so speed, I guess?
No, this is control melee, and then add your weapon type. Are you pierce and add your piercing? Yeah.
Okay. $52. So
So you do hit him for competent success. You now, so you're adding 0 to your damage. You add your trait as speed. So how many ranks have you got in speed?
3.
3. And what's the damage of your weapon? What's the hardness of your weapon?
Of course, I didn't write it down. It's a it says damage +4.
+4, right? So you're doing 7 wounds.
Fine.
Okay. Right. Your blade cuts through. He's wearing armor underneath. You don't go to an assassination attempt unarmored. That's just crazy.
All right.
Just get an idea of the weapon armor. Right. So you're doing 7 wounds. Possibly that. Right. Right. Takes 3 wounds. You cut through into his torso. He is staggered. He then he goes to swipe you. He's on -1 dice from the wound that he took from the other night. He's -1 for the because he's already defended. So he is going to roll 4 dice. Let's get rid of that. Are you parrying or dodging?
I will parry. I have a parry of 30.
You've got a parry of 30. Wow.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So he's got 10, 18. Oh. He just misses you. You flip. Yeah. You kind of strike, bring up your blade, and his blade just glides up your blade, and then just harmlessly goes over your shoulder. Okay. Dorcas, what are you doing?
I'm gonna grab a ratio, and I'm like, "We're doing this, buddy," and we're gonna go after the 5 other guys that.
Brilliant. Okay. You two then run past Marco and Nicolo. There is 2 guards running then towards you. You're dash past. You're in front of prison. The 2 guards are in front of you. They don't know you. You're an intruder. They do know Orazio. Over their shoulder, you don't know where the other 5 have gone.
They don't know me. I'm pretty recognizable.
Not in the palace guard.
Yeah,
But
well,
Orazio-
Horatio knows me.
Yep. No. So they've got like pole arms. They go in to skewer you both. Orazio says, "No, he's with me."
Not me, them.
Yep. When you point at them, you don't know where they are.
No, I point in the general.
Yeah. Matteo, you see of the
Not
5
watch.
guys.
Not what?
Of the 5 guys that had took themselves away as the 2 palace guards dashed past them, 2 of them nip out and they nip around the corner and they are now on the stairs. And they're heading up the stairs towards your floor. What are you doing?
As I pull out my blade, I turn around with my back to them. And I wait to hear them up the stairs until I dramatically turn around.
Okay.
This is to intimidate. I am a figure in the darkness. Head
Oh, so you
down,
Alright, okay.
scraggly hair. I'm like a Count of Monte Cristo in the 1400s.
Could I get
That's my
a presence, influence roll, plus
Yes.
whichever specialty you're interested in using?
I don't have any specialties or any expertise, but I do
Expertise,
have
yeah.
influence of 3,
Okay.
and my presence is 6 dice.
Okay,
So-
I'll give you plus 10 just for that whole just appearing out of nowhere and seeming to know exactly who and where they are, that sort of thing. So plus 10.
Sweet. That was a spectacular roll. Thanks, Ken. Eating up all the good rolls. All right. You see a plus 10?
You get plus
So
10.
it's not very good. So I keep 3, so 13. So 23 is my roll, but I'm gonna drop one of my, what do you call it, spirits to reroll.
Nope. No, you need to declare spending.
Oh, you have to declare
spirit
before.
point
Okay.
beforehand. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Right. You
Yep.
got 20. So
23. Oh yeah.
23. Competent success against 1. Well, partial success against 1. No success against the other guy. So as you kind of spin from the darkness,
Kind of stumble a little bit.
yep, the first guy go up the stairs. He shits himself. You're not part of the plan. What the hell is going on? And he steps back a couple of steps down the staircase, holding onto the banister, wondering what the hell's going on. The other guy, seeing you do that, he just instantly reacts.
Do I know them?
And he... Nope.
Nope.
Nope. So this guy just... fight or flight, and his reaction is to wallop you. So he's got a club, and he just swings for your face.
Yep.
More from panic than intention.
Sure.
Okay.
I will parry. Whew.
You parry him? Okay. Okay.
My parry is minus 30.
Minus 30, you say? Okay, so that's 10, 15, 26. Right. He got 33.
Uh-oh.
You can act. What you do? When you act, you're at -1 dice because you've already defended.
Right.
So if you want
I
to
push
do
him over the
anything,
edge.
push him down the stairs.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Make an.
Or can I have well, I'm not gonna use my hand. I have a sword out. So I'm going to, since he's got a club, I'm gonna poke my sword at him and attempt to push him down the stairs with it. As in, like, oh no, oh no, oh no, don't stab me, type stuff.
Oh, okay. It's still a very sharp weapon, and the chances are you could skewer him rather than.
That's
push
okay.
him.
I am willing to take
okay.
that chance.
Okay, make a control with -1 dice melee roll, and this is you're not trying to pierce, you're trying to you can add your piercing.
I don't have any piercing.
Oh wait,
I just have slashing. Yeah, this is cool. So control, and then I'm keeping and -1 die.
Roll one less, so it's your dice pool -1, and then keep the number of dice equal to melee.
All right. So let's see. I dig this. So this is, let's see, 1823 at present. But let me roll the other die. 4, 24, and I would rather keep the 9. Okay, so it's plus another 3, so 27.
Yep.
Is what I have.
He dodges. He just steps back. And when you do your quick thrust, you hit air, and he just kind of steps back, but he has to kind of like grab hold of the banister, and he kind of like spins away from you, like that sort of way, rather than stepping fully back. He does this. Okay. Next round. So Dorcas, you're confronted with two guards being talked down, of lowering the weapons. You now see over, like between them and over their shoulders, 3 figures emerge from the columned hallway east of the prison. They now appear. They're not sure where to go, but they have appeared. What are you doing?
I'm gonna try to persuade them from taking their weapons in their hand to putting them down. So, fellas, it's not going so well for you guys. You're surrounded by the Palace Guard and the Night Watch. I would put your weapons down in this moment. Thank you very much. Sorry to be a bother, but just the way things are.
Okay, I'll let you choose between interaction and composure of the dice pool.
I would like to choose interaction, if that's okay.
Yeah, of course. And then it's influence plus either charm or authority. And I'm going to give you...
I thought it was persuade. Is it not guile? Is that wrong? Or is it influence?
Oh, if you want to go...
I'll do charm, but I was persuading them nicely. But I can charm them too.
No, it's up to you. If you want to go for guile.
Yeah.
If you want to go for guile, persuade, that's fine. Guile is more underhand rather than...
Oh, then I should do charm. I was being charming. I'm sorry. I was just being charming. We'll work all this stuff out, you know.
Go ahead. Go on.
that is not a roll. I'm not getting a lot of 10s in this, which is not great. And then I roll 3 more because that's the way the cookie crumbles. Still not a lot of 10s, but it's no 10s. I got no 10s. But so I just keep 3 dice.
Keep 3 of those dice.
All right.
And then
so that is 36.
36 plus 10.
No, I did. Well, 26, and then I added the 10.
10. Yeah. No, this 10 is from what is from the roleplay. What you've just said, and you're using the environment for the fact that yes, there's now 4 versus 3.
Yeah.
And the 3 of them then look towards each other as a case of who's going to be the first one to surrender. There's that thing, case of who's going to lose face first. Marco, you're engaging with Nicolo. Nicolo is in front of you. Behind them is the large figure of Dorcas. Next to him is Orazio, and behind them, and they're parting out of the way, is the 2 palace guards. They've got halberds and they're turning around. There is 3 men at the end of the corridor, so to speak. One of them is Amerigo. Do you react to seeing him? Because at the moment, you don't know if the palace guards are going to skewer him. They're trespassing. But then at the same time, you've got Nicolo stood right in front of you, and he hasn't backed down. He's not surrendering. What are you doing?
Yeah, if I catch Amerigo's eyes, I'm going to give him a little nod, like toward the wheat gate that's closest, or whichever one is closest for him to get away, to get out of.
Yeah.
And I'll give him a little.
Right. Okay. The moment you do that, could I get from you it's up to you, presence or control, stealth, hide. This is to see if Nicolo, who's already paranoid, because his brother's paranoid, notices you give that gesture to one of those 3.
Oh man, I'll use control and stealth.
Yeah.
I don't have any hide. Control gives me 6 though.
Yeah. Is that a 10?
10, yeah. Yeah, 19. Best I can.
Oh, right.
That's almost perfect.
Yeah. So,
yeah.
Nicolo, so you look past Nicolo. You see Amerigo in amongst the 3, confronted by 3 palace guards and Dorcas. You do that quick gesture, and you think it's the slightest of gestures. Nicolo he's not backing down. He goes to swipe and slash against you. But then halfway through the swipe, he slows down. His eyes pierce you, and instead of striking you down, he follows your eyes and looks back directly at Amerigo. And then this just takes a matter of seconds. He then looks back at you, and there's just nothing but hatred in his face. And then he goes to attack. You have the initiative. You know he's going to strike you down. But what are you doing? It's clear he wants to kill you now, and he's got a list. You're first on the list, and there's someone behind him who's going to be second on the list.
I do want to kill him. I want to ask a little bit about, because we got the initiates or whatever last time.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And I chose the metal. Is there something I can use Like, can I use metal for like make him drop his sword? Like make it hot or something to make him drop it, or
Not at this level. Not at this level. As an initiate, your powers are limited to detection and its many ways and how to use it. But yeah.
okay, whatever that tingle is, I'm drawing on it as much as I can because it's
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I'm just gonna I'll just skewer him.
Okay.
I'll just
Yep.
Really quick on Twitch, Legitimine redeemed a narrative point. That's typically like a dreadlore thing, but the idea is the chat is giving some love to the players, specifically
brilliant.
Marco. So if it's something that like can go in his favor in the
Brilliant.
narrative, that would be good.
All right. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I hadn't realised that that was part of. Yeah. No problem. Okay.
I had no idea that was going on, but
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool. Thank you for that. Right.
I got a 31 on my roll.
Okay. Right. Oh. Right. Okay. He parries. He then counterattacks. So when you go for that, before you went the target of his ire, now he seems unstoppable. So that when he when you slash at him, he parries and then he goes for a counterattack. Counterattack doesn't count as his action, as his attack, so he can attack again. Okay. So, are you parrying or dodging?
I'll parry if I can. Yeah,
Okay.
sure.
So your parry is
30.
30. Oh. Right. Misses. Then it's his attack. So he's down another dice. Are you dodging, or are you going to take the hit? What's your dodge? What's your dodge?
My dodge, it's only 10.
Right, come on then. Right, he hits you. Saber. He gets a partial success, so he does one less wound. So his speed is 3 plus 4. You're taking 6 wounds. Right, to your torso. However, you've had time to prepare for this. You've got armor. I think you've got expensive armor.
I do. That's what I spent the most on.
So it's 6 wounds. Deduct the hardness from it. So how much was the hardness?
It's 1. I've got a hardness of 1. I've got a reinforced jacket with exceptional quality. So
With the exceptional quality, which boost did you take? Because with exceptional, you increase the stats ever so slightly. So for armor,
Don't remember.
your soak is increased by 1. So reinforced. Okay. So, yep. So 6 wounds becomes 5 with your hardness. Your soak is 4. So
Okay.
you take 4 fatigue and 1 wound to your torso.
I mean,
Miller's Matteo's just disappeared, but it'll come back. Over to you, Dorcas. You've got 3 guys in front of you, and as I say, they're not doing anything. They're trying to process what you've said, which is the blatant truth of they've got no chance. But you can see that there is the 3 of them are trying to figure out who's going to be the most cowardly and surrender. Because as far as they're concerned, they would die for Carlo Zeno.
Yeah,
But at the moment,
I know
they could actually
y'all
die.
made a big mistake coming here. I see how you can confuse a big boat that you guys sail in for this citadel here, and I'm sure we can work this all out. Why don't you guys come down here and we'll talk this through. Make sure you get some sailing days in the future.
Right. At that, you don't know these people. You've never seen them before. Oh, and actually,
I
no.
don't.
Wait. No, you do. In the bar fight.
Oh, were they the guys in the bar?
One of them was. One of the guys, the guy who had Giro had the blade up against his neck. He's there. And what he does is he doesn't lower his weapon, because they're all armed with like long swords. He holds it up, lowers it slightly, but then he puts a hand down on the guy to his left and just shakes his head. And then all three of them, with your words, start to lower their weapons. Right. I'll come back to Miller. Next round of combat. It's you and Nicolo. What are you doing? You still have the initiative. Right.
There he is. Ta-da!
Oh, yeah.
Actually,
You have to-
yeah, I wasn't sure how long you. Yeah. Machio, you got two guys in front of you, further down the stairs. What are you doing? One of them looks like he's not going to give up without a fight. The other guy hasn't decided yet. You stunned him with your appearance out of nowhere. You're not sure what he's going to do, but the second guy clearly is going to try and clobber you.
I'll take. Go on.
I was just gonna say, did any of them hear me yelling up the stairs at the other guys? Okay, they're far enough away.
It's muffled. It's
Yeah,
muffled.
So you all are aware. I've chosen to finish this bottle of wine.
Yeah, it lasted. It lasted maybe 2-3 hours. Good job.
You shut the fuck up, Ken. Look.
So
Hey, look, Canada doesn't get none of this shit, So
Canada didn't get this shit.
No.
The descent into madness. John.
yes.
Okay, so standing there, my blade, I'm left-handed, blade out.
Yeah.
Look over the railing really quick because I hear the sounds of combat, I'm sure.
No. See, if you look at the map, you're at the top of the stairwell. You've got about 4 or 5 feet between you and the edge, so you can't look over to see what's happening downstairs. All you can really do at the moment is look down the staircase. At the moment, you can only see 2 people on the staircase. No one else has accompanied them.
Do they look noble?
Oh no, these are just sailors, pirates, mercenaries.
Money out. Throw it down the stairs. Get out of here,
Right.
or else your blood will stain my blade.
That's too. Right. One of them says that's too much of a challenge to ignore. He goes to swing for you. That's your action. You can still defend and then act afterwards, but you're gonna have negative dice. Right. He goes to swipe at you.
It's a -30.
Right, okay, yeah. You're just... Yeah. He swings at you, misses. The second guy wakes up and thinks, what the hell am I doing? And he goes to attack you. I'm going to give him a -1 dice because he's acting so slow. You've used your parry. He's going to attack you. You have a
No,
dodge.
I have more than one parry, right?
No, you've got a...
Well, I thought I had
depends
2.
what... No, you can purchase more parries with combat maneuvers. But you have your parry.
You have your normal. Ooh, hold on a second. My computer is a big slag. That's right, John. My computer's a slag.
You gotta get a new computer, buddy.
What it gets up to in its own time, it's one thing.
I know I have under melee. I have parry marked. Does that mean I bought it twice?
Nope. That just means that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Are you dodging? Because he's attacking you anyway.
What's he attacking me with?
A club.
Now I'm gonna take it.
Okay.
Part of my intimidation. I'm gonna take it. Just, and
Right,
if I can withstand this, I think it will make them think that I'm really too tough to fight.
Right. So he hits you for a competent success, so it's +1 trauma. The club is club +4, 7. Take 8 fatigue to your chest. So just 8 fatigue. Are you wearing any armor?
Technically, yes, I'm wearing a leather jacket.
Okay.
So I soak 2.
So hardness reduces it by 1. So just
hardness
converts...
is 0.
Right. Okay.
I have hardness 0, soak 2.
So soak converts wounds into fatigue. It has no effect on fatigue. So you take 8 fatigue. That's just good square whack in your chest. It's not taking you down. You don't have no penalties from it. But a couple of more of those, and you will start to feel the pain. Right.
Yep.
Back over to Marco. What are you doing?
Yeah, so Marco's he's going to look down at the blood, coming out of his chest. And he's going to look at Nicolo and he says, "Well, so you choose to die for your brother's ambitions." And I'll pull my parrying dagger out from the other hand and then hit him with my rapier.
Okay.
Just running through.
Yeah, no problem. I'm going to give you the Twitch bonus. So add +10 to what you get.
+10, that's 54.
Right, no. Okay. So you hit him. Success of 2. Full speed. Full damage from the weapon. So I think that's about 7. So is your speed... What's your speed?
My speed is 3.
3, okay. And it's... What sort of weapon is it? Is it a longsword?
It's a fine longsword.
Fine longsword.
I wrote down +4 when I did it. Damage +4.
Oh, yeah, let's just have a quick look.
Is that different than damage of 4T?
For the longsword, it should be... it's +4W. With your fine...
Yeah, different.
With your fine, you either increase hardness by 1 or you increase the precision by +5. Can you do?
I did the
+5. Right. Okay. Right. He's got same as you. So it's 7 wounds. Goes down to 6. He takes 3 wounds. He is staggered, and he slips back. You've opened up his belly, and blood is beginning to pour. He goes to strike you. He's at -1, -1. So he's 4 dice. Are you parrying or dodging?
I am.
What's your parry?
30.
30. Yep. You can sense that the burst of energy that he had a few moments ago is beginning to seep from his body. Dorcas, the three guys are now laying the weapons on the floor at your feet.
Yeah.
As soon as they lay the weapons, though,
Yeah.
you can feel a shift in the attitude of the two palace guards.
Yeah.
Because they haven't lowered their weapon, and at this point, one of them, wielding a polearm, just lunges forward and strikes one of the three men in the chest.
If he's going forward, I'm gonna stop him from doing that. I was like, fellas, they surrendered, and I grab him. Like, can I prevent him from doing that?
As city guard, you know that the palace guard only answer to the Doge. Anyone trespassing in the palace with the prospect of killing the next Doge would be sentenced to death. You grabbing him would put you in trouble.
Okay, well, if that's the case, I'm just gonna be like, fellas, I think there's more up there. You try not to hurt these guys too much, and keep an eye on your buddy.
Okay.
Ratio,
Marco?
and I'm gonna book it upstairs. I'm just gonna fucking. I think they got this covered.
Okay, Marco, I want you to roll a d10. If you get 8, 9, or 10, the person he's stabbed in the chest with the polearm is a Merigo. 8, 9, or 10.
10.
Right, okay. He was the last one to put his weapon down because he was leading the other two to do the same. And seeing him as the central threat, he lunges straight through and hits him. He can't parry, he can only dodge, and the poleaxe plus. Let's just get an idea. Oh, okay, 2 10s. 30, 40. Right. Okay. Amerigo halberd straight into his midsection. And
shit.
as the polearm is ripped from his chest, he slumps down onto the ground.
Well, as I see, yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You're running past him at this moment as he's falling down.
I was gonna keep running, but as I see like this guy completely gorged, I'd be like, hold up, buddy, they were surrendering, and I'm gonna do first aid on this dude. If he slumps down and he's hurt, you know.
Right. Okay.
You just took a pour.
Oh, you muted yourself. Okay. It's about halfway through.
Yeah. Oh well. Yeah, he's fucked.
Yeah. Okay. No, but so,
plug the wound.
The spike is ripped out of his chest. He slumps to the floor. You say that. You grab him as he's falling.
We're surrendering, buddies.
The other palace guard says they're trespassing on royal territory. All three of them are going to die.
Yeah, they can die, and you know the Lord and that will take care of that. You worry no longer. We got that covered, but let them kill him, not us. They're gonna surrender.
One of them,
the
second guy, he's now raising his halberd towards you.
Oh shit!
And says, if you keep on talking, I will class you as one of them.
Yeah, well, and then I just do first aid on the guy.
Yep, no, that's fine. Right, could I get a acumen, medicine roll?
Yeah.
And then add whatever you got in first aid. While you're doing that roll, Matteo, what are you doing? The two guys clearly see you as someone who's not backing up his words, so the two of them are going to keep clobbering you.
Wait, even though I took it in the chest like a champ?
Yeah, but you're not fighting back, really, are you? So if they keep
I did this. I was like, ooh, motherfucker! I put up my chest to get hit.
well, they'll hit it again.
All right.
But you have the initiative. What are you doing?
All right, cool. I Zorro this moment. I leap forward, clotheslining both of them, and attempting to crash us all down the stairs.
What's your unarmed?
Nothing.
Oh, okay. Right. You can use brawn.
No, I'm gonna use honor. I'm gonna use honor because this is honorable as fuck.
Okay.
I could be stabbing these guys, not. I'm like, I take these
Spend a
guys down.
spirit point and substitute your honor dice pool and go for
Okay,
it.
that means I have 8, and I'm looking
8.
for all 10s.
Hopefully, hopefully you get a few because you're gonna need it.
Yeah. Just jumping down the stairs myself is what's going on. All right, here we go. I Jesus my shit down these stairs. All right. So those are no 10s. That's the first roll. I'm rolling 3 at a time.
Yeah.
So I have
5 more.
two of these.
Come on.
Yeah. So there's 6 dice, and no 10s. I'm not kidding. I don't roll 10s.
I was gonna say you need Ken's dice from the other day.
I do. Yeah.
Everybody needs
With 8 dice, not 1 10.
I haven't rolled a lot
Like-
of 10s today.
I'm
That's
like,
true. Right. You don't botch.
oh, can I do jump? Can I have jump since I'm jumping down the stairs?
Do you have? Okay,
I have jump.
you do
Yeah.
have jump,
Oh
Boys
yeah,
got
you
out.
should.
That's-
Yeah, why not?
but that's not an. Okay, right. Okay.
This is just so I don't break my legs. That's all
Yeah,
I'm looking for. I don't have...
So you sheath your sword, and then as you.
No.
Oh, no, you...
No.
Oh.
Ah!
Oh my God!
Look,
Right.
sheathing
Okay.
of the sword, I leap at them.
You
This is
hell-
Zorro. Zorro doesn't sheath his sword.
Oh, you hurl yourself down the step.
Yes.
You miss both of them.
Oh no.
They were already clinging onto the banister, so it's almost like a comedic
What the
act
fuck?
of they just pivot like a saloon doorway, and you fall down between them. Now, you didn't botch. I will allow you
Good.
to make a control, agility, jump roll to
All right.
land
So my jump,
on the stairs.
I got 2 in jump. I got 3 in agility. So I add 10 to this and control the 6.
Yeah.
All right. So that roll is 2 4s and a 2. And this roll is 2 6s and a 2. So I'll keep those, of course. So that's, what is that? 14, so 24.
Right. Okay. You land with grace and whatever dignity you had left intact on the bottom landing. So if you look at the map, you can.
Now I'm
you've just-
flanking you.
You've jumped from the top of the stairs down to L for that whole landing. You've just jumped the whole set of staircase, right?
Yeah.
New round. Dorcas, could I get
Come
from
get
you?
me.
Could I get from you?
Because I did a rolls. I mean, I rolled a 26.
You got 26, right? Okay. You apply weight. You're pushing down onto the wound, and there's red is pooling over your fingers.
Sure.
You're doing your best at this stage.
And,
you're not
and as
sure
I'm
it's-
saying, as I'm doing my best, I'm like, these guys surrendered. There's more going to kill your guy. You better go get after him. As I'm just like holding on, trying to keep him alive.
The other 2 guys from Xeno's crew that was on either side of America, they're now lying on their front, praying.
I
that
got these
they're not
fellas.
killed them. Yep. Those 2 guards then head upstairs. Upstairs, It's been 3 or 4 rounds since it started up in the top right-hand corner, and there's now 2 groups of 2 palace guards running towards the 2 guys on the stairs. They're looking at you, Matteo, and you can see at the top of the stairs they've arrived.
Well, hold up. They're looking at me because I jumped down the stairs.
Yeah. The two.
I'm just saying, I'm not there.
The 2 pirates. Sorry. So I'll clarify. The 2 pirates, they're not looking at the top of the stairs. They're now looking down the stairs, and so behind them, 4 guards suddenly appear, and they take them down.
I'm like, yeah, you pirates.
Like, they subdue, they take them down. Amerigo's dying, possibly.
Well done, fellas. As I come up and sheathe my sword, kick one in the fucking face.
2 of the pirates lying face down. The only person still standing up is Nicolo. This is going to be the last round. Over to you, Marco. What are you doing?
Dun 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 dun.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be silent, and I'm just gonna skewer him.
No, movies without dialogue during fights are boring. We need some dialogue.
Niccolo, you die for your brother's ambitions. He becomes an outlaw, and you ruin your entire family name for generations. For what? Couldn't be patient. And then... Oh no! Oh no!
That doesn't sound good.
All ones.
I rolled 4 ones.
Oh no!
Remove them.
Yeah.
So remove those 4 ones from your.
Lightning strikes. Your blade. Ah!
At least me with 22.
So hold on. Just to clarify the rules about botching. The only time you can botch is when you roll the dice. So.
Oh, okay.
So how many dice did you roll?
6.
6. Remove the 4 ones.
Mm-hmm.
Of the 2 dice that you got left, did those 2 exceed 5?
Yeah, there's an 8 and a 4.
That's fine. It's not a botch. That's okay. Right. No, just wanted to double check. Because if you roll really badly or you've got a small dice pool, you're more likely to botch. Okay? He's gonna... He parries. He's gonna counterattack, so he's got 1 less dice. It's not yet on -2.
Wait, does he say anything? Come on. Dun 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 dun.
Right. I'm too focused on
must
making the
fight
system.
till their death.
He says, we're all born to die. At least my brother's trying to die for something.
Oh!
Right. He's gonna hit you. 4 dice.
Dodge. I'll dodge.
You dodging? What's your dodge?
10.
Oh, that was right. He wildly swings at you from that, and you just step back, and he misses you by a couple of inches. He then goes in. He goes in for his proper attack now. He's on another minus dice.
This is where I'll parry.
You parry. You don't even need to bother. He just looks exhausted. You go to lift your blade to intersect his, and he doesn't even reach you. He's just, more and more of that energy he had slowly seeping from him. And at that point, he kind of falls down onto 1 knee, rests his weight on his blade, and then looks up to you and says, perhaps some things aren't worth dying for, after all. And then he just spits at your feet and throws away his blade and lets it scatter across the floor.
Would Marco kill him? Let me look.
I don't know. You're a fencing guy. The story may get around.
Well, that's we'll get to that when we're done here. He would. Is anyone watching? Can anyone see us?
I can see you.
Yes,
The
there are
Lord
at
can
least
see.
there's at least 2 people who can see you.
Can I see?
the two pirates are on the floor. They're facing your way, so they can see what's going on. Orazio, his attention is, he's looking at you, he's looking at Dorcas, he's looking at you, he's looking at the two palace guards. Then he looks at Amerigo. His attention is going backwards and forwards. Dorcas, his full attention's on saving Amerigo. And the two palace guards, they're not looking at you at all. So the only two people you know can see you are two pirates.
Yep, I will save him. I will kick his blade away. Hold my rapier kind of at his neck, kick his blade away.
He'd already scattered it away, so he's not armed.
Okay.
Yeah, he surrenders.
No, such is the fate of the dishonorable names, the dishonorable families.
He looks up at you.
Guards.
He looks up at you and smiles and says, "You haven't lived here very long, have you? Honor is given and taken away with the seasons. This isn't the worst, and this won't be the last." And then he goes quiet. And that is going to be the end of the scene. That was brilliant.
Did I save the guy's life? Is he gonna live? Is he gonna die?
He got stabbed with a polearm, Ken.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I got to him real fast. I was successful in like holding on, the blood in.
Okay. So the conclusion then of this story.
He is strong too. He's a 6'8" dude. He's got big hands.
Big hands. I know you're the one.
So
got a blister in the sun.
Nicolo and the pirates are arrested. The palace guard takes them out of the palace. You're with them all the way. As they're leaving the palace, a group of 4 officers approach them, meet them at the card gate. They see all of you. They see Amerigo bleeding profusely. Of the 4 people, you can see one of them is Enrico Rossi. They have quick words with the palace guards. It turns into an argument, and those 4 men take jurisdiction of the pirates, and Nicolo and the others who can walk are taken away. Amerigo, who is still being tended to by Dorcas, is accompanied by Enrico Rossi. He has a private conversation with Dorcas, which I'm going to do at another time, because obviously I'm conscious of Miller's time here. But that's going to be a private scene between Amerigo, Dorcas, and Rossi, Enrico Rossi. Unless Marco wants to come along. Are you wanting to stick with Amerigo to make sure he's all right, or are you convinced that he's, as Bill puts it, he's been skewed by a polearm? You don't survive these wounds. You know he's going to die.
Yeah, I'll stick with him and, pay for whatever care or hospice care or whatever passes for that at the time. Opium, probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait. Okay. So
I wouldn't have left his side until I, ran into Enrico.
Okay. So he's okay then. He's put onto a cart. He's rushed off to the nearest school or office building where Enrico can see to him. Enrico, at this point, says to you two, if I save him, if he can get the medical attention, what is going to happen when his companions see that he survives a mortal wound.
Well, I would imagine that Carl Zeno will be an outlaw in the morning, and he'll no longer have a port here, so I don't really see it as a problem.
It's true. He kind of cut it. Like, does Marco fill me in?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
He's kind of a national hero if you think about it.
That's how I see it.
Right, okay. I will DM you both then what happens in this scene.
Okay.
So, next morning, all of Venice is filled with rumor, speculation, controversy. There was an attempt on Tommaso Massino's life last night. The blade was taken to his neck. Heroes of Venice snatched the blade away from his neck. He survived. The outrage is, who would ever attempt to attack one of the finest nobles of Venice? Who would attempt to attack any noble of Venice? Within hours, that outrage splits Venice in two. It is then said that the man responsible is none other than Carlo Zeno. There are rumors that he's presented to the Lords of Night and he disappears. No one sees or hears about him for 2, maybe 3 days. And then all of a sudden, on the 3rd day, he reappears and publicly removes his name from the running to become Doge. He retires away from Venice, boards his ship, and not all of his crew accompany him, but his crew departs the lagoon for the Mediterranean in shame. Then what follows is the fallout. Tommaso Mocenigo, people suspect, those who don't suspect that Carlo Zeno was responsible, suspect that Federico Tribuno is responsible. And all of those who sided with Tommaso now sides with, those who sided with Carlo Zeno now put their backing behind Tommaso, and then in response, those who are in the middle ground, they decide to back Federico Tribuno, and it gets quite clear that if either side wins, there will be civil war within the Republic. It is down to
Marina.
So, the final counting of the last 41 is made. It is these 41 nobles of Venice that it is their decision, their voting, that decides who is going to be the next Doge of Venice. And much to everyone's shock and horror, the name that is chosen is the humble, diminutive, quiet Michel Steno. You all know that he is the husband of Marina Galina. And that is the story of Doge is dead, long live the Doge.
I am in the following days getting my neck sucked. That's what I'm doing.
Guys, I
The
hope you
Doge is
enjoyed
like
that.
super nephew, man. Come on.
Yep. I hope you
take you
enjoyed
all
that.
out.
That was fantastic. So unpredictable at times. And yeah, absolutely brilliant.
I'll take you guys all out. Me and Marco fight a little bit. Marco probably wins. That's true. How many combat maneuvers do you have?
I just
didn't
had
even
one.
get to
I just
use
took
mine.
the piercing.
I know. I was thinking that all 3 of you would just like get in there and
Well, Ken always, and when I say always, I mean literally always without exception, subverts expectation. So he'll be like, for example, a space marine with a big fucking ion cannon gun. It's like, oh, if you hit this button, you will decimate the entire planet. You will win. He's like, cool, I diplomatize. I'm like, and then when it doesn't go the right way, he's like, I hit the button. But wait, but they were. Oh, that's fucking.
To be fair though, in Dorcas's defense, he's been from day one.
Yeah, no, he's actually a good guy.
Yeah, no, I was
I'm
playing a good guy.
not going to attack. I'm not going to attack. I'm going to see the best in all people, and I'm going to give them a chance, and I'll give them a second chance. And he did it from the beginning to end, and it was fantastic.
No, he was
all of his
consistent.
was fantastic. So if you are both interested, I can send you a little DM of to what happens to Amerigo.
Yeah.
But
well, if we play another game, you never know. We're gonna play again, so we'll schedule it in the future.
Yeah.
Well, you guys
As
DM
well.
and finish that plot. Who is Amerigo?
So Amerigo
is
is
Marco's friend.
Yeah, he's the contact.
He's just your friend.
Yeah, he's
Oh,
a member.
okay.
He's a member. Yeah, he was a member of Carlo Zeno's crew. So from the other side of the story, if you, for example,
Right.
if you did characters who were mercenaries or members of his ship, you'd be involved in the 6 people
The plot,
who's
right.
tasked to get in and assassinate Tommaso. But within that storyline, there's the element of at least one person, whether it's a player or a narrator character, who says, "Hold on, I can't do this. This is going against what Venice
right.
believes in." So in this story, it was a narrator character, and that was Amerigo. So because his life was saved by Marco in the bar fight,
Yeah.
That's cool.
and he was a noble, it was either going to be him or El Toro. But because there was more connection with Marco, he went to Marco, spilled the beans, and that kind of like brought you all together. That's part of the story.
Miller, do you
Yeah.
have time to discuss mechanics and stuff?
Already an hour late.
You're
Yeah.
an hour late. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking A.
I,
All right.
it's fine.
So you can.
Yeah.
I got
Yeah.
Fucking A.
I got
I'll have to cancel my other game tonight again.
Sorry, man.
That's okay. This is a lot of fun.
Good. I'm glad you all enjoyed it. I've really enjoyed it, and those watching on
And do you have
Twitch.
like 10 minutes to
Well, yeah,
to
no, I
talk
can,
about
I
the
can stay
mechanics?
on. I just I might have to step downstairs for a second, but I'll be right
Oh.
back.
Yeah, go ahead. Right. Feedback,
Miller?
please?
I feel like since you're the person who, I mean, you got adventure modules and all kinds of stuff coming out.
Oh yeah.
You guys go toe to toe, and John can either dodge or parry.
I still want to talk about the adventure, man. I was going to do the whole sneaky thing until I saw Nicola was in the back by himself. And
Yes.
Marco saw his opportunity one-on-one. I can personally, if I can take out Nicolo, then it'll be my name that stopped the assassination of Tommaso. And so
Yeah.
that's why he stepped out.
Pretty
This
much.
is my moment. That's how I step up.
Yeah.
Call
Yeah.
him
Yeah.
out.
In the story, I know I'm just going to repeat about what he does is he's an absolute bastard. So he lets the other 5 go ahead, and then as soon as there's a hint of anyone spying on them, he just escapes and leaves the other 5 to their fate, and he gets away. But the way that you guys played it out, never happened. So it's great.
He tried to get away.
He did try to get away.
Yeah.
So Bill, what's your thoughts?
On the adventure?
Oh. Mechanics,
Just to keep it adventure oriented, because I would like to talk about the mechanics, but adventure stuff, it's a different kind of game than I'm used to. I'm used to more. I am used to a headspace where The group is very immersed, as in, how to put this. So you can have immersion in the sense of like a Fallout game where you're over the shoulder. You can have an immersion where it's like a Halo game where you're literally like first person, right? Or even like an RTS, right? You're over, overarching. And you can play tabletop role-playing games. It just depends on how you want to run them, right? So where I come from is more the first person immersion. And what tends to happen is people are kind of doing only their own scenes because necessarily they're locked in their own skull, right? Very little metagaming in that regard. And that tends to have groups that are not as comfortable, one, with character tension, as in the different characters having different goals, and two, the party splitting up. Okay, all of that prologue said, it's very difficult to run the game you just ran, and I think you did it very well.
Yeah, I agree.
Like there's a lot of pitfalls in keeping all the players. Now, this doesn't have to do with the Linen Tapestry. This has to do with your specific way of GMing, arbiting, refereeing, whatever. I thought that you did that very well. There's a nice balance of out-of-game talk, mechanics, all that stuff, and still keeping this idea of there's this very rich setting. And I started to feel towards the end of this how the setting moves, which I think is the goal of this adventure, right? Yeah. It was really fun. All the characters had life in them. I like the idea that all three of us very naturally came together at the end. And at this point, if we were to continue into an actual adventure, it would make sense. And I could see us being at odds at times and having to resolve that. And you have almost like a series, like an actual storytelling, very long-standing campaign going. I could say that's not for everyone. I know a lot of gamers that want a D&D party. Not to diss that, but they want a party that does the thing, that does the thing, that does the thing. And they're going to corral. So, is that this game? I don't know. Maybe it could be this game. What you ran was very cool. It was very interesting.
Yeah. Taking that on board then, the way that it's presented is, as you said, 3 characters, 4 characters, 2 characters, all start off separately, and then they all move together. Now, I've got it so that there's 3 threads, and you thought it was quite difficult how I ran this story, because that was only 2 of the 3. I introduced a second story to fill in the time that I had in my head. Pretty mistake, because poor Miller's had to run late over and over again. But should I then split the story quite clearly into on the Venetian side, i.e. what you guys have done, so this is story A, and then story B, which is completely separate, and you're just the pirates, or do I just ditch the pirates, where you're tasked with trying to kill Tommaso, and just have it so that you're from Venice, you're either a noble or a civilian, like Dorcas, and you get roped into the story, and Bosch. So there's 3 options there, really. 1, keep it as it is, so it's 3 threads, and the narrator has to pull on all the threads and get it together, which is
I think
difficult.
you did that well. I think it requires a lot of patience on each player to be quiet and to pay attention, and still be ready to start at any time. So it's not only difficult for you, but I think it's difficult for us to, like, what do we know, what do we not know, and to stay in character, not metagame. But I think you also might overcomplicate things, like you know too much, so you know the world backwards and forwards, and this is going to be different from a game master that would run this game that isn't you, because you are like God in this, and you know everybody backwards and forwards, and you know the world that you've created. Whereas I think a game master that would play this and run this would probably have a more simplified outlook, and pick a character to exploit instead of having so many different characters. Like Bill was saying, it's really difficult. It was difficult for me, and I'm really good at kind of keeping up with what's going on and who's who and where everything is going. I think getting to know in depth one character instead of trying to bring us all into the different worlds, which is difficult because we have a noble and we've got like a merchant from outside of town, and then we have like a guard. So I think the way you did it was very well done, and I certainly felt like I was immersed. And I know that Bill kind of gets really silly with some of his comments, and with taking a shit, and he's got his own humor, and I had my own humor that I brought to with oh yeah, I'm from the hills of Italy, but because the most daunting thing for me as a player was, this is Italy. I'm gonna have to say the words. It takes an investment and a buy-in, and it's hard to kind of wrap your head around this very specific time and place, and lore and law, because we don't know.
1400s. So, and I want to flip it to Miller really quick, because I feel like what Ken is talking about has a thread. When someone is reading this book and they're not you, how the module is presented matters. So, Miller, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I was just going to go back to your original question, John. Because you got the 3 storylines. Should you get rid of them, or? I think you've already got it written. You've already got the content. So I think if you write it well enough, you can make it to where the GM can either pick one and run it, or wind them together and make a bigger story out of it.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking Ken's perfectly right. I've written this, rewritten it, done years of research. I know enough about Venice at the back of my head so that when I'm telling the story, I'm not even needing to read this. I have at times, but from the new narrator's point of view, I'd expect, just like every book that you get, you'd read it once, you like it, you read it again, and then you focus on specific points. But that might not give them the breadth or the depth to do that story. So, yeah, do I break it into 3 separate stories and make it nice 3 linear stories based on, are they all nobles, are they pirates, are they guards or civilians, or keep it as it is, or
a way of thinking about it is, so you've written a book that explains the system and the setting, right? And how to run it. And you have this module that's fairly robust, that if you play through the module, then you will get a feeling for the setting and the system, which is great.
Yeah.
An angle to piggyback off what both Ken and Miller are saying is, if the GM, do you call it GM? Referee, what do you call him?
Narrator. But
if the narrator is new, you might suggest, in this way you don't have to create more content, thread A, B, or C, and be like, hey, look, if you're new to this, run A, because that means you're the pirates and you guys don't know what Venice is like, so you're exploring Venice as You run through it, and you don't have to know all this other bullshit. You're not expecting anything, right? You don't know what to expect. Run A. Okay, once you've gotten through A, now, or if you're this level as the narrator, you can take on B. If you want to run C, you want to run all three of them, understand you got to know all this stuff. Something like that, and that way the narrator can say, okay, almost like a simplified, hey guys, so we're moving through, oh, we're doing a combat, because the narrator is going to be looking up, oh, how the fuck does combat work, right? And you keep things as streamlined as possible. It's like easy mode. Like Miller said, you have it all done. It's just organizing it. And if you can point to something that's very easy, just do this. Just give me the meat. Here's how you play it. Boom. Then you can get people.
Yeah,
you can do that fairly easily too. And Saltmarsh comes to mind, where it basically just presents all the people from the town.
Right.
And then it gives kind of a timeline of what happens. This happens. And
like Act 1, Act 2, Act 3.
Who's involved with what and what they did. And then the next one, who's involved with what and what they did. So it makes it real easy, I think, even as a newer GM for that game, but it would be narrator for your game, to get a launching point, and then as they get a little more comfortable, they can start bringing a little more elements in.
I really enjoy that. There's a third edition book that deals with battlefield tactics and how to run massive pitched battles, and it uses that kind of idea, like in Act 1 and Act 2 and Act 3. Like, okay, you guys are playing, the sun is high noon, now this is happening. It's almost like, it's actually where I got the idea for world action, as in like the world moves forward, and so the referee can kind of set the stage. Oh, after you've run to, what is it in Saltmarsh, the alchemist's house, or whatever it is, the wizard's house.
Oh yeah, the one on the hill.
Yeah, you get back. So we're talking about a D&D 5th edition module, or big book. You get back from that adventure, or whatever you do in the forest and fucking off. The town has changed, but it's not on the DM. It's literally in the book. Hey, once they get back from the town, or once they get back from an adventure, this has happened. Mm-hmm. So you can say these things, so-and-so was killed, or whatever. And of course you run into problems. If you have players like us, if there is a whiff that something's going to go down, like, we will go do something else. And then the DM's sitting there like, fuck, so how can so-and-so get assassinated when Miller's like, I'm by that person's side, they're important. Yeah. Obviously, like, knowing the story, that they can't die. You got Ken over there like reading fucking books. Anyway.
So I also think that to go back just a hair, and maybe I'm repeating a little bit, but if we had, like, so much, and so, like, it seems like an introductory narrator would really need to run a game with everybody having the same background or similar status, because it was like 3 different stories the way we played, and I cannot imagine a narrator being able to hold on to each story and have that many backgrounds and that much information in their head like you do, and be able to run a game. I think it's what Bill was talking about is pretty advanced, because things are happening in the background as time is going on, whereas I think newer narrators and players would not be able to adjust for that. It's like it's very much here and now and present, and like things might happen as tasks.
When you say newer, do you mean newer? Do you mean newer in the sense of newer to the system, or newer to doing it?
Newer to the system.
I don't think people would have a problem. As in, if you're a seasoned narrator, that's not a problem, because you find that in other games, right? Like multiple threads and all that crap.
Well, I guess I'm a newer player, so I've not played a whole lot recently, so my experience is definitely more limited. And seeing what you were doing, it seemed really difficult that you had to have a vast amount of knowledge in order to incorporate that many different stories and player styles and player characters from that many different backgrounds into one. And it really did seem like 2 or 3 different stories to me in this process. And it seems like a lot for me to learn. It does take some investment, and I think that helps in immersion if you can pull out a little more. I like the play acting and the improv personally, so I'm going to do more of that, and giving space for that in a short mini campaign, it's hard to do. So I mean, there's definitely a balance of where you take time out and bring it back.
So I think what I'll do is, if you guys want to read the section that I've got at the moment, like the story module, that would be great. If you've got time to read through it, that'd be fantastic and get specific feedback. But I think what I'll do then is take on board with what all of you are saying, is have it so that if split the story into 2 sections. So section 1 is the same story, but from the pirates' perspective. So you're all pirates, all mercenaries, and new to Venice. The narrator only has to think of one thread, one group of people. They all start off together, roughly. Or if they're mercenaries and they're pirates, they will come together probably by the end of the first session, and then they do the story. Second part is threads B and C, which is the nobles and the guards, and have at the beginning of the story module and just say, if you're new and you want to have a nice straight linear story, play story A, which is the pirates. If you feel you're confident enough, you've got a grasp of the story, grasp of the system, try running B and C together.
I think that you're going to get multiple outcomes from each, like a different outcome from each module background, for sure. So people who buy this module or get this module can actually play it multiple times. So I think that's a really good benefit.
Yeah. I mean,
can I give you a suggestion really quick?
Yeah, of course.
Not to make you write more shit, but I think that would be pretty easy. So if you're the pirates with Zeno, then you're trying to kill this Doge potential, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. You could be mercenaries doing the same thing, but you also could spin it, hey, you can be the mercenaries hired by the nobles, as in hired by Matteo and Marco, to aid them in stopping an assassination plot. So what I'm trying to say is that it's the same kind of thread. It's very simple. The simplicity is you are hired to do a job. And you can find out a whole bunch of shit through roleplay and all this stuff, and there's all these people. And the narrator can keep it as simple as possible. The goal isn't that important. For example, the goal is, hey, we're trying to sneak into this palace and kill this motherfucker. Cool. Or the goal is, hey, there's a plot. You're new to town. You're these mercenaries. These nobles come up to you and they say, look, we're going to pay you for protection. Perfectly fine. Mm-hmm. And that way you don't have to be the bad guys, is what I'm trying to get at. If you're new to the system, you don't have to play the bad guys. You can play the good guys. Not that there are bad and good guys, but the perceived idea is if we're going to go assassinate someone, we're the bad guys. And you have essentially the same thing. It's just kind of framed a little different.
Yeah, and you could do that. You can do that in your book too. Sorry, you just gave me a big idea. If you're if you're writing it out, and if you write out like the city, you know, these are the people and this is the town or whatever, and here's the plot as it advances. You could just do like an overall plot and then just have little side blocks saying, if you're the pirates, this, if you're the, you know, if they're playing nobles, this, if they're playing mercenaries, this, you know what I mean? Just a little side box and have.
Oh, that's great. That's great. I mean, you could have a fucking, Jesus Christ. You could have a thing where, I love that. You have a thing where, let's say you're playing a red hand who's new to town. You're an initiate, and you're just like, you're brought into town. There's this plot going on and you're there to observe, right? And so you sort of inculcate yourself into this thing, shooting fucking spells and shit. And your goal is, you know, don't be seen, whatever, learn the way of things. Dear God.
Yeah, so
Cool.
it's more
You just putting yourself into it.
Yeah, and that's instead of like thinking of it as a specific story for each thing, the story happens on its own.
Yeah.
Where you're coming from, it's a lot like how I do jobs when I do it. Like, are you working for you know, this mega corporation, or you're working for this company that lost their men, or you're working for the insurance company, you know, whatever. And then I don't have to rewrite it for everything. You just a couple of mentions here.
Yeah, there is a story.
And keep you on
You're
track.
here. You know, Frodo and the Ring are going down the Mount Doom, right? Meanwhile, this is where you are. We're giving you gold here. We're giving you florins, man.
I don't think we got all the way through it though. I mean we saw a little bit of magic, but we only got a taste. We didn't fully get to play the magic characters, and I like the way that you know, I played a game with Bill, and it was 10 episodes before we even fought anybody. So I enjoyed that ease into the ultra violence, but I also feel like we didn't get to the magic or the power or that aspect of the character. I think there could be a module even for just if you wanted to skip the mundane and go right to it. You know, that is its own thing as well. But
Well, that's what I was saying. You could just be a guy.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So the purpose for this is give you an introduction to Venice, introduction to the mechanics, and that's it. I don't want to overwhelm the narrator and the players by saying, here's the system, here's Venice, and almost straight away you've got all these magical abilities. So while you're getting used to the combat maneuvers and then the system, you've also got to deal with the magic on top. Oh, and you've got an avatar and you've summoned a new form. Yeah. So this story is just introduce you to Venice, start off as mundanes. You don't know anything about magic. You don't know anything about the Great Cycle. You're just playing a player, playing a character who just is learning the system, and for the narrator, keeping it nice and simple. So that when it comes to one of the stretch goals for the game is a 2-part story, and that takes you out of Venice to save Florence.
There are other places than Venice?
No.
So like that. There's only Venice, dude.
So you travel. So the characters head out towards to save Florence. You've got a small army, and that whole story is you rushing to Florence, try and save it whilst being attacked. So it's scene after scene after scene of combat. But then magic's
in that combat.
But then magic's introduced from both your side and the enemy side. So by the end of the second story, one or two of your characters from the party could be red hands, because you're in a battlefield, it's life or death, and then as soon as you sever your soul from the Great Cycle, gosh, that's not a battlefield, that's a massacre, or it's something.
And that's definitely why I think that this game lends itself to long form, to the epic style, and it's not meant for a one shot, really. It's meant for sitting down and playing it for months or years, or it has a lot of
It's meant to be played over years or 6 months or something like that.
But that's by and large because of the setting, though.
Right.
Like when you're just dealing, what is interesting? I mean, the setting is robust and cool. Obviously, we haven't seen the magic, but the mechanics are interesting. Mm-hmm. They're not just simple D10 mechanics. I mean, there's a little bit of strange in the event. For example, if I have 8 dice, I can have a maximum of 10 dice. I can spend something and get 11 dice. Is that about right?
No, it's always 10. It's just if you've
10?
got wounds or you've got a really crap dice pool, you can just say, right, I need to do this.
I've got to take off, guys. Sorry to interrupt
no
you.
problem.
But I've got to go. It's fun playing with you guys.
Cheers, Miller. Take care.
Later, man. So
Have
the
fun
most
and-
amount of dice you're going to be rolling at
No, nothing. I was just saying.
the most amount of dice you're going to roll at any time is 10, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so 10 dice, it's a pretty good boom. And if I don't have 10d10, which, whatever, but normally I have like 2 or 3, there is an element of, okay, wait, I have to keep in my head, did I roll a 2 or a 4? And there's probably some flubbery going on. I'm rolling 10, I'm keeping 2, this kind of thing. Not that you would ever be rolling 10 dice and keeping 2, because at that point you have a lot of XP. But my point is that is some back and forth. And then there's the, okay, wait, so you've already been attacked twice, so reduce that. Oh, you used a parry, so there's that almost like you got to keep all that in your head, right? Mm-hmm. Now, that's not a bad thing. It is a crunch, a style, right? And that will turn off a lot of people. A lot of people don't want to. The moment that you're like, there's more than one step, as in roll a die and they're out, right? And if it's not a D20, they're out. So you can't please everybody. But that is an element in the system baked in that is just a complexity. That said, I think that it's interesting to have your dice pool and then roll your dice and be able to keep those dice. There's no sense in re-rolling. I love that. Instead, it's like, oh, you use a spirit point, you just get to keep an extra dice. That's interesting. So you're not fucking with the mechanics of re-rolls, because re-rolls are stupid when it comes down to it. You're not adding dice and weird bonuses. The system itself, I would be interested in seeing it used in a different setting.
Yeah.
To see how the core system itself stands up. Because honestly, while the setting is robust and cool and really probably why you're doing it, your system is interesting. So you could potentially in the future make modules. Hey, look, it's something for a different setting.
I think
right?
The amount of depth that you could take it could even you could do England and at this where they had all the crossbow people and they took out the French that one time.
You could do that, but the extended part of the Linen Tapestry is you've got 3 realms. The realm that you're in at the moment is the mundane realm. That's the world. You can go to England, Russia, wherever. Things get incredibly different when you go to the Shadowlands, where you're living in the memories of the dead, and you're having to not destroy the world around you by letting the dead realize that. Are you writing
short stories or anything?
I'm writing novels. I'm on the second one at the moment, but
yeah, I was gonna say
And then the third realm is Otherworld, and that's high magic. So you want a steampunk world? Yep, you can create a dominion. Use this system in a world where everything's made of metal.
I think you should.
Androids and so forth. You want a realm made of fire. You want a low fantasy where it's a bit like Middle Earth or the traditional. You got the central region, which is Tiernor, and there you go. Yeah, so it's multiple.
So you gotta write the books, of course. You gotta have the splat books and all these things. But I think it would behoove you, since you already have this written out. I think it behooves you to have a core mechanic manual, and it's just the meat. It's like 20 to 50 pages. That's it. It's just the mechanics you're using for these games, the whatever system, tapestry system, whatever you want to call it. And I bet, and then these modules you have, for example, let's say I want the core book. Boom, I get the Linen Tapestry, fucking core book. You could have, I just want the mechanics as this booklet. And then there's a whole splat about the mundane. There's a whole splat about whatever. And you could have modules and adventures. Right? Or let's say I don't want to deal with that system at all. Like, you have such a robust setting that's going to become, the next Game of Thrones. Awesome. Well, here's the setting stuff, and you want to play D&D? Use it for D&D. You get a lot of expanse is what I'm getting at.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What do you want? We'll go there. What is it that you're actually going after? What do you want?
To empty my head. I've got, after this, so when this comes out, Kickstarter is successful. Say like every stretch goal's done. So I'll have Venice, setting for Venice in the mundane realm, core rules split in two so that you've got the how to make a character, develop it, the core rules in one book, expanded settings, guides to narrators, how to make their own dominions, how to play certain characters, yada yada, in a separate book. Once that's done, move on to the next one, and the next one is going to be the first setting in the Shadowlands, which is linked to Venice directly. So if you wanted to play a massive campaign, you could play 5 or 6 stories in Venice, which then takes you to Patatavium, into the Shadowlands storyline. High experience characters up against gods that can't be killed because they're in the realm of the dead. And then stretch goals for that would be the Dreams of Fire, which is 3 separate settings, which again, one of them links directly to this, so that it's one big tree, and the tree has numerous branches. So what I want is the ability to write all of the branches. It would take me years, but hey, what else am I going to do? And that's what I want, is to just say, right, I've written 17 books or whatever.
Yeah,
exactly.
Would you be interested in... Okay. Are you... I hear what you want. Would you be interested in running a different setting with the Linen Tapestry mechanics, or running your setting, like the Shadowlands, for example, with different mechanics?
But the mechanics and the setting are entwined. So, for example, magic in this setting, the magic, how magic's designed, is based on the history of the setting. So if I ripped this system and put it into D&D, it wouldn't work, because with D&D, the low level spells is like acid splash. I do this, I heal something. But the mechanics,
it's basically feats. It's basically feats.
No, but it's not that. It's a case of what Miller brought up. He was saying, right, what can I do with my level 1 initiate power? So if you were in D&D, if you were in D&D, you could inflict damage. You could do a bit of damage, bit of healing, bit of this, bit of that.
Because everything is categorized in D&D.
But in this setting, level 1 out of 5 levels is just pure detection.
But have you played Mage the Awakening?
Yeah.
Okay, right. So as in that kind of magic is around. I mean, obviously the White Wolf version of doing magic, there's specifically a system specifically for magic, and it's extremely up in the air and in how you do it. Dreadlore does the same thing. It's a theater of the mind when it comes to magic. So there are systems, not all systems, but there are systems that would play very, very well with that. I mean, even the Cypher system, to an extent, could work. As in, like, it's D20, whatever. It could work because there's things in Cypher system where you're like, oh, you're a gravity person, so you just have this natural, ability to do gravity, and as you gain levels, that expands. So, for example, the translation would be your initiate would be your tier 1. Your whatever would be your tier. As in, what I'm trying to say is, it could be done pretty easily, I would say. Granted, I haven't seen the magic in Linen Tapestry, but I have a feeling it's very situational. And what do you want to do? Cool. How many ranks do you have? That's your power level. All right. Figure out your pool. Roll. I'm guessing, which is great. And the way that the system works is great. But I think other systems can do that as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, every system can do what every other system can do.
What I'm trying to ask here, I disagree with you. What I'm asking you is, just like a bazooka can't do what like a pea shooter does, or like a Ferrari. Anyway, would you run a game that's in a different system, but it's in to develop? You're running the story, which is this world you created and you are creating, or do you want it all together? It's got to be the system. It's got to be the world.
Yeah. What would be the purpose of me using someone else's setting and using my system, or using my mechanics? I mean, it's. What would I get from that?
Well, I can tell you.
Okay.
And it depends on a couple things. Again, what do you want? If you want to develop the system itself or refine it, then it gives you play testing. As in, you're taking your system of mechanics and applying it to. And I'm not talking about the magic, because when I talk about the system, I'm not talking about the lore, right? I'm talking about just the numbers. You wouldn't call it magic, so you don't need the setting. You would call it cybernetics, or you would call it, psychics, or whatever MacGuffin we want to call magic in the setting. So you'd be play testing and hardening and figuring out, do the mechanics do what you actually want them to be able to do, in terms of play style. Okay. So there's one idea. The other would be if you're using other game systems mechanics, then every game you run, you're developing your world even further. And broadening the perspective of, some people want to do D100. Some people want to play Mothership. But wouldn't it be cool to have your Mothership, your spaceship, and it goes into this weird shadow realm, Shadowlands, boom, there you are, or whatever it is.
Okay.
But it may be the wrong direction. Just because you can do it doesn't mean you should do it. And I'm just inquiring.
Yeah. I mean, before I finalize the system, I've got a group of friends to play. I ran like a World of Darkness.
I was going to say, running a vampire game, something like that.
Yeah, so I said to them, just pick any of the supernaturals. I don't care. I just want to test some themes. So someone was fae, someone was a mummy.
Was it a lion?
Someone was a vampire, werewolf, a couple of the changeling breeds, blah 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 blah. And I ran through certain themes. Not the system, not the setting, but I just wanted to test some of the themes, because some of the themes are tied in with parts of the magic, such as the rituals. Like traveling through the Shadowlands requires a ritual.
Yeah.
But the whole idea of traveling through the Shadowlands is traveling through realms of the dead, which is in kind of like World of Darkness could do it, and it helped me doing that. Helped me solidify the theme to the mechanic. So for me, they're not separate. It's not like with D&D, the setting. It's not so much the setting with D&D, it's the level of challenge, because D&D isn't a role-play game. It is a computer game played on a tabletop, such as it's a linear plot. You're up against orcs, or level 1 orcs, right? What's needed to kill a level 1 orc, right? A spell that does 4 points damage, or a guy with a big sword. Right, okay. Well, I'll give the mage ranged 4 damage that can kill the orc, or I can give the fighter a melee weapon that'll do 4 damage, but he's got to get in close, so I'll give him armor. And I can't, if I've given him armor, I can't give armor to the mage, because that will make the mage even more powerful than the. So then, it's got nothing to do with the setting. It's got to do with balancing out the gameplay as a computer game. So, if I move this setting into a D&D, it wouldn't work, because the gameplay is designed for, well, is everything balanced? What? If someone's got fire, how does that equate to if I want to use acid splash? But then you can't create anything at level 1 or level 2 or level 3. If you've got a flame, you can move it at level 3, or if you've got a small flame with level 4, you can expand it. With level 5, you can create flame. But in D&D, this mechanic is, well, you need to do 4 damage. How do we do 4 damage? Right, I'll create acid. So you create acid, and that's the system. But the system's got nothing to do with the setting. It's designed purely for the players want to up against a challenge. What level is the challenge? I'll give them the tools for them to think about which tools to choose to accomplish that challenge. They get a bit of experience to move on to the next challenge. The next challenge is level 2 orcs. 4 damage won't cut it. You need a spell that does 7 damage. The 7 damage is a level 2 spell. The same thing. It's not acid splash, it's magic missile or whatever. Right, okay. And then D&D systems are like that. So it's completely isolated from the setting, because it's literally tit for tat. And as you're going up, as the play goes up, the challenge rating goes up. But for the Linen Tapestry, you've got detection spells. Yeah, great, you can detect things. Now use that information to come up with a plan to actually figure out your own way of doing 4 points damage. Do you need to do 4 points damage? Can you persuade it? Can you just avoid it? Can you use stealth? So while in D&D, the whole idea is you are confronted with those orcs. So you've got to do damage to get past them. With this system, the whole idea is, yeah, you have to be really powerful before you start creating and hurling fireballs. So what do you do in the meantime? You have to roleplay. And once you get into the system, it fits the setting, because the setting isn't about if you lose, you die. Because if you die in this game and you're a red hand, you just come back. So I see your point, but I think going down that avenue would lend me in my plans going towards, well, what's going to give me the most exposure, and what's the exposure? Compromising and trying to move it as close to something that's already established, like D&D, or something else. And I don't really want that. I've got a setting and a system. They're linked, they're merged together, and that's when I carry forward. And just, if I refine the system, I can only refine the system so far, but as far as the setting's concerned, I can just keep on going and going and going and going, because there's so much to do. And that's the game isn't so much about making the players more and more powerful. It's about giving them a setting for them to explore, and abilities to do that exploring, to then venture further into the books that I'll release in future Kickstarters or whatever. If that makes sense, because it's like with the interview, like in the podcast. My idea of success isn't the same as a lot of other people who get into doing this sort of thing. I'm not interested in the money. It's in here, got to get it out, and doing this sort of stuff, I love it because I get to play. And when I sell the books, people who buy it, I'm never going to play in those games. But if they come back to me and say, "Oh, how about this? Blah blah blah. Who did this? What's the answer to this question?" Then that's also something that I'm after. I want people to notice that there were gaps in the book, and then for them to come up with their own theories and say, well, I think the person's done this for this reason because, and I'll say, well, you might be right. I'm not going to tell you. That sort of thing. You're going to have to figure it out yourself. That, for me, it's the setting. Setting comes first. The system allows you to explore the setting. So, there you go.
Fair enough.
That hasn't answered your question at all, has it?
Yeah, well done. Well done. Well, I think I look forward to trying to go into the Red Hand and to go into the more magical aspects of this game, certainly in the future. Yeah. And we'll be there for that. Do you have any last final thoughts of to wrap up the campaign and this mini series, John?
No, I just hope you guys really enjoyed it, because I certainly did.
Great.
And
it was great. Thank you very much for sharing. Absolutely. No. And we expect for you to be around and play more games and maybe.
I want you to run Cursed or Dreadlord.
Yeah. I mean I would like to. I would like to.
I want you to do it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And then we can toy around with running some Linen Tapestry as you do your Kickstarter. When does the Kickstarter start?
There's just a couple of bits I need to sort out. Bit of community stuff. I've linked you in it, you guys. Okay. So at the bottom of the little community where it's you two mentioned, slogan, links to your YouTube. And
are we connected on Kickstarter? Huh?
Well, I was wondering at some point if you can have a look, because you've done Kickstarter before, and you might be able to iron out. Because I want to replace headers with images, which I've seen other Kickstarters do, but I don't know how to do it. Because, right. For another time.
We'll talk in just a second. Ken's got to bounce, so we're gonna stop the stream unless it's already stopped.
Yep.
And you and I can chit chat really fast.
Because it's 12:30.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got like 5 minutes, or do you want to do it another day?
No, 5 minutes. It'll be fine. Yeah. Cool.
All right. Ken, I think you can hear me. We will end the stream because I know he's got to bounce.
Yeah.
I forget about the time difference so often.
Yeah. Miller.
Is that it?
That's it.
What a phenomenal game, the Linen Tapestry. We're playing the Legends of Venice. We'll be back next week when more things happen.
With something.
Certainly.
I think we're going to run a Dreadlord game. We're going to run a Dreadlord game.
That'd be really awesome. But thank you, Miller.
John, you better be there.
John, you're awesome. We're gonna play more games. We have a Patreon.
Dude, I would really like Miller to run Mothership, but
that would be great.
That's what I was hoping
really
for.
Like to run it. Yeah.
I was hoping for wrap this up, and then next week he does his Mothership.
Yeah, we're gonna try to convince him.